Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Watts Bar Reservoir is presented by Mercury Marine.
If you've ever wondered how do you make it to the top level of the sport of bass fishing, the Bassmaster Elite Series, you have to qualify through the St. Croix Rods Bassmaster Opens and the star-studded field that this tournament series presents. This is one of the stops along the way. 9 tournaments for these Bassmaster Opens anglers. 7 of them after today will be in the books. Points are coming down for qualification. Classic spots are getting solidified. And we have a star-studded championship Saturday field. The top 10 anglers have survived after a 200-boat field here at Watts Bar Reservoir. Welcome into Bassmaster Live today. I'm Ronnie Moore. We've got Mark Menendez joining us, Mike Sucon as well. And Mark Menendez, you're an Elite Series pro. You've made it to the top level. You've been there for a long time. These guys have a hard journey ahead of them, but they knocked out a big step by eliminating over 3/4 of the field after the first 2 days.
Points are getting tight, Ronnie. These guys are in a very, very tough fishing event. So now that they've made the finals, it's game on. They've got a little bit of relief, and then they can focus on today. 1 big fish, 2 big fish, going to make a huge difference today.
There's your day 2 leader right there, Tyler Williams, as he idles out. He left about 45 minutes ago from the takeoff and led out the rest of the field that's fishing today. And boy, what a field we do have fishing on Championship Saturday here at Watts Bar. We've got some of the best former pros at the top level in the world, the likes of Greg Bohannon, Bobby Lane, Ish Monroe, Jason Lambert. Then you've got some of the best young guys that are littered at the top of our Angler of the Year race in the form of Trey McKinney, JT Tompkins, John Garrett. You've got Tyler Williams sneak in there as well. Wesley Gore, former college angler. And one X factor, we have one local angler, Chase Henley, who is looking to take home a title, and that's it here on his home body of water. $40,000 plus will go in his pocket if he gets that done. So we're bringing it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Ronnie Moore. Like we mentioned, that's Mark Menendez, Elite Series Pro, coming in to do a little bit of guest hosting on this side of the camera. And we also have our guy, Mike Sucon, here today. And Mark, we talked about it. The field is star-studded. You could go down the points race and take any group of 10 that you want to be Elite Series rookies, and you'd be pleased with it. You are at that top level, kind of eyeing up the competition you're going to be facing.
I tell you what, there's a couple of guys there that have a lot of experience, hundreds of tournaments under their belt. Bobby Lane, Ish Monroe, I fished with them for years. And these new kids, you know, it's kind of the old guy versus the new guy deal here right now. But these young kids are unbelievable anglers, very polished, very certain in their abilities because of the college level and all of the fishing they've done at lower levels.
Speaking of those young guys that are littered at the top of our Angler of the Year race, Such, we wonder when are they going to not catch them? That's not the case this year. We've got JT Tompkins, John Garrett, and Trey McKinney, first, second, third in the points, and they are in contention to win this event, maybe go to the Classic, as well as solidify an elite
Trey
spot.
McKinney's 18-year-old, and the other 2 guys are 21 years old. We got another 23-year-old here, then several guys who are in the 50s, and they're catching the guys in the. We've had 4 guys in the top 10 who've had one of those bags around 15 or over. So you need to catch the big fish this week.
It may be the fall at Watts Bar. It may be tougher than normal, but we're going to see the opportunity for any one of these 10 anglers to win this event and possibly go to the Bassmaster Classic, or, like we said, win a good amount of money, solidify some points as well. As we go and look at our Unlock the Lake, Mark Menendez, Watts Bar Reservoir, there are 9 fabulous lakes on the Tennessee River, and this is one of them, one of the most northern ones. Not the biggest, though, 39,000 acres, and one that we haven't ventured to a ton in bass history. The most recent one, the College Classic bracket in 2019, where 8 guys battled it out.
There's not a lot of history here for the Bassmasters here, but the Tennessee River we have tons of history on. You know, as an angler here today, you have 2 basic choices. Do I turn right? Do I turn left, since we're based out of Kingston here today? That left or right, you're a river fisherman, you're up there fishing river bends, fishing current, but we may not have current today. And the Tennessee River with no current is not a lot of fun most of the time. September's a tough month on the Tennessee River, Ronnie, and we're going to see these guys really have to make every opportunity count.
One big thing that you said that was different about this one than others, like you said, we haven't been here much. We've got one angler who would consider himself a local. He has not fished any of the other 6 previous Bassmaster Opens. He's in this event for one thing and one thing only, that is to win and get a nice trophy on his home body of water, maybe pocket $40,000 as well. And some of our elite guys, like David Gaston, right below the Classic cut line in the elite race, hoping he wins today and bumps it down a spot so he can go to the Classic. And this was Chase Henley just a few minutes ago before we came live.
A big fish here is going to go a long way, Ronnie, and if he gets this one in, I'm telling you, this is going to settle him down. He's only fishing this one event on the Bassmaster Trail this year, and one fish this quick, early in the morning, that's of this caliber, it's going to settle Chase down.
He started 5 pounds 7 ounces out of the lead. His only victory is on this body of water, Watts Bar.
We've seen a lot of bags this week. Our limits that we're talking about ranging from 10 to 15 pounds, so it is very possible he could go and back up and have another big bag of fish. He had one of the biggest, if not the biggest bag of the tournament yesterday, trying to recover after a tough day one. And bites like that, Mark Menendez, go a long way. Great start for Chase Henley. I think there's going to be a party in Kingston today. He's already got a couple followers that would be probably his local buddies.
Oh, I'm sure there will be a big party. I tell you what, anytime you're catching quality like that in a tight event, it makes up such a difference. It gives you just the confidence to move on. And like I said, Tennessee River can be so tough this time of year.
Henley started 81st after day one, had 16-13, our big bag of the week so far, to jump in our top 10 from 89th.
Go from Henley to another Tennessee angler, Jason Lambert. He's from the west side of the state over where you're from. You're from Kentucky, but Tennessee's not too far, about an arm's length away from you. Jason Lambert, a Tennessee River, I guess he's a professional angler, but he's a pro at the Tennessee River. This is where a lot of his successes came from.
Most of his successes come from here. Jason knows what's going on. He knows how to look for those groups of fish. So he's not fishing isolated cover. He's an offshore kind of guy, and he's just pulled in an awfully good fish.
That's the kind we want to need.
That's the kind of quality that offshore angler's looking for. Those 3 pluses get you around that 15, 16 pounds. Find a 5-pounder, and then you've blown the tournament wide open. And as grouped in weight as our anglers are today, I'm telling you, this is all going to come down to 1 or 2 casts.
Let's do it, boys.
Explain this, Mr. Menendez. We've had a lot of guys say they were done fishing early. They had their limits and protected Bobby Lane, and other guys didn't have a fish till noon, and then they caught their 5 fish, or later even.
You know, that's probably current, Mike. You know, the current started running late each day, and it fires up those fish. Your opportunity to catch your big fish is early in the morning, this first couple of hours to get that big bite, and then the afternoon if that water starts rolling. Most of the time on Saturday, we don't get that much current,
don't
so
get
that
the
may throw
moving water.
a real card into what's going to happen today.
Trey McKinney there had our second biggest bag yesterday, 16-2. He had a big jump up the standings as well.
Wesley Gore fighting for a spot in the top 10 right now to make the Elite Series. He is from this area. Well, he knows this area pretty well.
He's down the road in Alabama,
from being a college angler, so he's got some experience here, and that's going to help. That's going to help. Looks like he's finessing them today.
Like you said, we have 6 of our top 10 fishing today that are in the race to qualify for the Elite Series, as well as try to make the Classic today. Wesley being one of them, jumping into the top 10, 8th place in points after yesterday. You're getting down to it, Mark. You only have a couple guaranteed days of fishing left. 4 guaranteed days. That's 2 at Lake of the Ozarks next week, 2 at the Harris Chain in Florida in mid-October. If you do your job over the next 4 days of fishing that you get guaranteed, we could see another great crop of anglers on the Elite Series.
Well, that's what's so interesting. As many years as I've done this, I'm seeing that the young anglers coming in are far more polished, far more experienced, just because of high school and college angling. The recruitment process into the Bassmaster Elite Series has absolutely worked, Ronnie, with college and high school fishing.
You look at the map and how it lays out here. You see Wesley Gore and Trey McKinney in the bottom left of your screen. That's normally where tournaments often take off out of here, near the dam, but we're on the opposite end of the body of water this week in Kingston, Tennessee. But you can see some guys kind of went 15 miles away from takeoff. Middle of the lake, you see some guys in this bottom third, you know, the 20 to 30 miles from takeoff. And we've got guys who are just at takeoff or a little north of takeoff, like you said, in the river. And out back again with Jason Lambert. Had one on a bladed jig just a few minutes ago to start off his day. And like you said, some of these offshore places, they don't have to be deep, but those places fish can gather up from the summer as they transition to the fall.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got a highway coming in, and I'm certain Jason has got some kind of a depth change right there in front of him, and most likely some grass on the top of that little depth change. He's already got one good fish in the boat. another one here possibly, making sure that that fish rolls over that
We ain't
15
going
inches,
zero,
and it
boys.
does. That's not a giant fish. That's just a keeper, but a keeper on a tough Tennessee River watch bar reservoir is one that you're always proud to have. So gathering up as many of those as he can
Can't call
quickly
until you got
will
5 of
certainly
them.
give him some help for the day.
You mentioned keepers, only 61 limits out of the 179 guys on day one. Yesterday on day two, only 53 limits.
Yeah,
Very
so
important.
Getting 5 isn't guaranteed. And you said it wasn't a giant in what we would call fishing terms size-wise, but it's giant for the implications of getting closer to 5 fish, secures you a little bit. You can't really fall. For a guy like Jason Lambert coming from 9th place, a good start to the morning can put him, hey, I might have a shot to go to the Classic if I win this one.
Absolutely, and every angler has the Classic on their mind. I don't care who you are. You want to go to the major league part of the world in the fishing, in the one tournament of all the tournaments that everyone reveres so much, and that's the Bassmasters Classic.
I've heard many anglers say you fish more at ease when you got a limit in the boat.
Oh, certainly you do, Such. I always feel better when I've got that 5th. The first one and the 5th one are always the hardest ones to catch. 2 through 4, they come in the boat real quick most of the time. But that first one and the 5th one are the ones that the pressure is on.
He's a long fella.
Another one of those just right at a keeper size fish. That's, you know, that's number 2 for Wesley. It's going to calm him down. He's not been in this situation before. So catching that limit early will really give these guys an opportunity to think about catching that bigger fish. And what's interesting to me here, Ronnie, are the size limits of the fish.
Yes, 18 for smallmouth and 15 for largemouth. That's a big deal.
Those bigger kicker fish this week to me have looked like they've been that smallmouth, that 18-inch smallmouth. Those are 3+ pound fish when you get one of those. And it seems like one of the big strategies has been get your 5 largemouth and then go for that big fish.
A guy that you know very well, maybe we could call him not Mark Menendez Jr., but Mark Menendez's protege, John Garrett. He's from your region of the world over by Kentucky Lake, a place that's rooted in deep history as well. And John Garrett, former college classic bracket champion. He's fished the 2017 Classic at Lake Conroe. He has been within a penalty and a fish of making another Classic, and he's been within a spot or 2 of qualifying for the elites 2 or 3 years in a row. You know, this is John's fishing determined. Even on this day where you can't drop far, he wants to gain as many points as possible.
He does. I've known little John since he was 8 years old, and he's told fishing stories to me that were amazing about fishing in Granddad's pond and all the 8 to 10 pounders that he caught, Such. And Big John, his granddad, told me, he says, I've only got 1 8-pounder in there. So John caught that fish many times. John is an extremely clever angler. Very positive in everything he does. He never gets down on himself. He's always pushing to the top. So I'm rooting for John. He's the hometown hero in my mind. He's my teammate on multiple different avenues with Hypertech and Lose and Strike King, and I just cannot wait to see his potential. Throwing a buzzbait this morning, and doggone it, big fish, Ronnie, have a tendency to want to feed up early in the mornings, and a buzzbait, you just can't beat that.
So we go back out to Jason Lambert. Already a quick start, like we said, fishing. You said this one play, the Watts Bar is a little bit different than the other Tennessee River bodies of water because there's not as much flat water. Explain what you mean with that, with how that makes a body of water fish bigger.
Well, largemouth bass they're better predators in shallower water. This particular Tennessee River has shallow water areas, and you can see some of our leaders are keyed on that. That gives more habitat, more area for these fish to be efficient in, and you're just going to find more numbers on flatter areas. Starting with about Chickamauga downstream, One Lock, you start losing some of that flat, and the lakes become a little bit more vertical. Without those giant flats, these lakes get really pressured, and these fish get tougher and tougher to catch. On these flatter areas, you find some new fish, and it gets better. That one right there actually looks like a meanmouth he caught.
Yes, it does. And meanmouth this week have to identify as a smallmouth, 18 inches. They have to be on the upper side of that one. If there's any little bit of smallmouth in the state of Tennessee in a bass's DNA, it needs to be that top end mark. And you see how great of a start Jason Lambert had? It has put him in the unofficial lead after just an hour of fishing competition today from 9th to 1st. Still waiting for Tyler Williams, our day 2 leader, to get on the board there. Trey McKinney and the rest of them are waiting as well. Keep an eye on that as it is topsy-turvy in the fall, and we'll be right back from Watts Bar, Bassmaster Live.
Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Watts Bar Reservoir is presented by Mercury Marine and by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here at the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens at Watts Bar Reservoir, the 7th stop out of 9 for the 2023 Bassmaster Open season. This is how you make it to the top level of the sport. This is how you qualify for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Also, 9 opportunities to make the Bassmaster Classic. Ronnie Moore in the studio here, joined by Elite Series Pro Mark Menendez and our guy Mike Sukan, who joins us for all Bassmaster Live productions. And Mark, we mentioned it in the first segment, 10 anglers out here today, all with different goals in mind. But if you have the opportunity to catch a good bag today and make the Bassmaster Classic or win this event, it's never an opportunity you want to miss out on.
Absolutely. Efficiency is the key for today. You're going to have to make sure you get every bite that you can get. You can see we got anglers kind of grouped up here in certain lower part, the midsection there. And without the rest of the field, these guys are going to be able to expand a little bit and move around. Our Open EQ points leader, JT Tompkins, right now, he is having a solid tournament. He's just been good and consistent, and that's what it takes here in September. Just be consistent.
Sharing water a little bit with his roommate Tyler Williams, who was leading this event. JT said, I'm going to go do my own thing today and let him have a shot to win this event. I'm in it to win it, but we're gonna try to figure it out, and that's a good way. If you're going to go fish some newer water or some water you've been saving, it's a great way to start the final day.
That one smoked that jig. He picked up on it, and the fish already had it, so he may be around a few more aggressive fish this morning that he may find. It's a great feeling when you get that first one in the boat, Ronnie. It is just so important to start your day, sets the tone for the day early.
From the time you start your boat up and you start after takeoff, it's kind of running through your head, your day, your plan. Hopefully it goes to plan. Sometimes when it doesn't, that's a good thing, but you at least want to get a sign of the decisions you've made to start the day are positive ones. And for JT Tompkins, that's a good start. Bobby Lane in the near vicinity. You got Ish Monroe, Greg Bohannon. On the main drag, that's the big deal. We see Chase Henley using his local knowledge way off the beaten path, up a creek, up another river, but a lot of the people who have been fishing, even if they're shallow, have been off of the main river. The biggest population of fish in this lake are still, deeper coming shallow.
Right, and current that they've had all week is going to play a major factor, and that's what's put these experienced anglers, the Bohannons, the Bobby Lanes, the Ish Monroes out there on that current break type stuff, where one fish pulls up and you can come back an hour later and another good fish may pull up. Shallow water fish, there's always a few fish shallow year round, but we're getting into those shorter nights, a little bit cooler, and we're starting to see some fish move shallow.
Bobby Lane.
Have to have it. But he's short.
You know, Ronnie, with this 15-inch limit, that scenario right there, that was a decent bass, and to throw that one back knowing that that's a non-keeper, that kind of hurts your psyche a little bit, especially when you don't have a keeper in the boat.
Hurts your feelings, huh?
Oh, certainly hurts your feelings.
We are in somewhere brand new. The reason I got to where I am today is because of some grass that I have been flipping, and it's just been sane for everything it's worth. So the beautiful thing about making a top 10 is the farthest you can go. Fall is a top 10, but you can just go fishing, man, and have fun and try to make something happen. I burned everything I had to just get here today. So this morning I'm throwing a buzz bait, I'm throwing a Chopo. If there's some grass around, I flip a Berkeley Pit Boss in it. And it is fun. I'll tell you, this Watts Bar is loaded with fish. It really is, man. It's loaded with fish. You get a lot of bites. It's going to be a perfect day because we got some clouds coming. And I'm just buzzing along right now, and I'm fun. I'm having fun. The deal is to get this thing as close as you can to the bank and just creep it along. These fish are, this water's a little dirty up here. I'm in about 1.5 feet, but they get super shallow, and you really gotta hike your trolling motor up, and you want to be up on the bank. Like that. Oh, you dog. Oh. But it doesn't get much more exciting than throwing topwater first thing in the morning. I caught a pretty good smallmouth on that Chapo this morning. It just unfortunate it didn't keep, but that's 2 or 3 bites I've had. I practiced in here way in the back, and it was real sunny in practice. I had a few bites on shallow docks, so I thought I'd come in here and start chunking and winding, and so far we are on the board, and I think we're going to get a good one today. Today's the day I just feel like a big fish is going to bite. But it is a beautiful Saturday morning, man. Florida playing Tennessee today or tonight. What a game that's going to be.
I'll say the Gators hope it's a game. The Gators hope it's a game. Bobby Lane, Elite Series champion in the past. He's looking to make it back to the Elite Series. And he is one to watch for sure, especially when they're shallow and you can power fish. That's the one big thing also, Mark, is we've had sunny skies the last 2 days, starting out cloudy, and a lot of the anglers talked on the phone. It's not going to get that sunny today. It should stay cloudy for most of the day. For some of those guys fishing shallow, that does spread out the fish a little bit. It doesn't suck them to cover when it's sunny and they have the structure to be on. But for somebody covering water with a buzzbait and a topwater like he was, this is good conditions to have.
Absolutely it is. The fish will roam a little bit, but if you've got a place like Wesley's fishing here, he's obviously staying in one specific little zone. He's using some finesse tactics. A 3rd bite for him this morning. He's around a group of fish, and those fish may move around on whatever little bit of structure he's on, whether that's grass or a rock pile, but he's around a group of fish, and there's another fish that's going to be close to being a keeper.
Maybe. He's a long fella.
The overcast will help that bigger bite, as Bobby Lane was saying, but Bobby said he burned out everything he had, but look what he did. He immediately went to his strengths. He's a shallow water power guy, went to his strengths, and he's going to look for those bigger fish all day. Wesley, on the other hand, is gathering that limit as quick as he possibly can.
We got 2.
2 keepers on the board for Wesley Gordon. A lot of these anglers have mentioned, Mark, that they can specifically target certain species. When you have a lake that has all 3 species, there's probably, 15, 20 lakes in the country that you can weigh in all 3 species and compete. Watts Bar does have spotted bass, smallmouth, and largemouth. When you get that, sometimes they position together and sometimes they're separate. A lot of these guys say they know when they're fishing offshore if they're pitching or casting towards smallmouth or largemouth. Obviously, Wesley's found an offshore largemouth area like we see John Garrett hooked up in the top right of our screen.
That's true. I mean, the segregation of those fish is pretty good. If you're around grass, you're probably around some largemouth. If you're around some verticality on a bank, you start looking for those browner looking fish, either the meanmouth or the smallmouth, and even the spotted bass. But the grass is what is going to prevail here. That's where the most numbers are going to come from for those largemouth. The chance of that 4.5 to 5 pounder, I feel like, is really good in that grass area. But those key swings on those channels up current, that's just a place in which, doggone it, if you get that bite, it could be the right bite.
We fan the tail. We do not pinch the tail to see if a fish becomes a keeper or not. John is fanning that tail, and we're not zoomed in quite enough, but it is just about an 1/8 of an inch short. And this week we have 2 anglers in our field, actually both bottom cameras there, Ish Monroe, Chase Sinley, Mark Menendez. If you bring in a fish that is below the legal size limit and they bump it at the Bassmaster scales and it doesn't measure, you lose that fish, you can't weigh it in, and you get a pound penalty. Both of these guys still made the top 10, but had that happen to them this week.
it just changes the complexion of the event. You take 2 pounds away from an angler on a fish that's really close to being a keeper here, and it not count, and then you lose a pound because it was so close and didn't quite go over the line. It's heartbreaking. It's really tough to come back from. But both of those anglers made the top 10 and are catching better quality fish to get there, so they'll bounce back from it.
Ideally, if you don't want a line burner, Mark, just go catch 4-pounders. We saw Chase Henley catch a 4-pounder this morning. Jason Lambert has a good one on the board. Those two guys jumped up the leaderboard very quickly this morning from the 8th and 9th positions, and we see Lambert still holding a slim unofficial lead over our day 2 leader, who has 0 currently right now. Tyler Williams still looking to get on the board. Same for Trey McKinney. We've seen JT Tompkins put one in the boat. Greg Bohannon looks like he's on the board as well. It's going to be tight throughout the day. Bobby Lane, guys like that, Ish Monroe, fishing for nothing but big ones, knowing they can't drop farther than 10th. We will see what tricks they pull out on the final day here at Watts Bar. We'll be right back on Bassmaster Live here on Fox Sports 1.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Watts Bar Reservoir is presented by Mercury Marine.
Back to Bassmaster Live here at Watts Bar Reservoir on the Tennessee River, Kingston, Tennessee. If you are in the region, make sure you head over to the Kingston boat ramp later today for the final day weigh-in. We will crown a champion, give out some more Elite Series points, maybe a big shiny trophy to a local. That's what Chase Henley is hoping happens. Otherwise, we are going to crown a possible classic qualifier today. Of the other 9, they are all eligible to fish the Super Bowl of bass fishing next year at Grand Lake. We're going to be heading near Grand Lake for our next event. Next weekend, we will bring you coverage Sunday on Fox Sports 1 at Lake of the Ozarks. Excited to have our open season coming to a close. 3 important events to end out the year. And Ish Monroe, after a couple stumbles earlier this year, looking to back up a top 10 this week with maybe 1 or 2 more and try to put his name in the hat for the Elite Series once again. Used to fish the Elite Series a few years ago.
It's been a little bit of a slow morning. Saturday, they're not really generating any current. I can tell that by there's no water flow at all. And even the little ones are not committing to the bait, but that's okay. I mean, the whole ordeal is when it starts to get fired up, the fish start biting. I mean, yesterday my first keeper came at 9:30, and then I just kind of put it all together slowly after that. It wasn't like gangbusters until the end of the day where that current was going good and the shade was there. I'm not going to be fortunate enough to have that shade this morning. I mean, it's going to be pretty much cloudy all day long, which doesn't position the fish really well because now they get out and roam and they're comfortable and they're happy. But the baits that I'm throwing, whopper, plopper, and a frog, it could get good, especially the plopper, because you just get there and start roaming it around in this grass and moving real fast, and that's the one thing I really like about the bait. And the frog you can throw in places that you can't get a bait to, and the fish decide to get a little bit more frisky, they'll bite it good. So hopefully we get something going here, but it's early. It's championship Saturday. I get to fish the way I love to fish, which is super shallow. Ish Monroe Fat Matt Daddy Frog and River to Sea Whopper Plopper, and I get to mix in my Missile Baits D-Bomb. Life's pretty good.
So we take it from Ish Monroe to a 4-box with our leader, Tyler Williams, John Garrett, second in the points race, and Greg Bohannon. Greg's kind of in the same situation Ish Monroe is. He needs another top 10 close to home next week at the Ozarks for him, and then end it really good. You want at least, Mark, going into the final event to have a shot. You want some kind of magic to happen. We have those projected points based after each event, but like the Elite Series for the Classic qualification, they kind of came down about 10 points. You would love to have your success on the rise as the point, projection falls a little.
They do. Typically on a point situation, you see those numbers slow down a little bit from the early on. But this year on the EQ series, the same guys, the top same guys have been catching them. John Garrett's hooked up right there. John has been on fire. About 5 or 6 of them have really been catching them.
Good start for John. Said he'd mix in a worm and a worm today, and then he said maybe a drop shot. You can see his plan has obviously changed as he has relied on a drop shot and now throwing a crankbait as well this morning. So John is adapting and not just leaning into what got him here. Like we said, no sun this morning. Fish are a little bit roaming, not stuck to the structure. You may need to wind a plug around, throw a bladed jig around like some of these other guys are to really relocate where some of these, stragglers have gone.
Well, with the sunlight, Ronnie, and how deep that grass grows there on Watts Bar, John's probably fishing out there on the outside edge of that grass, and he's probably got a little hard spot, a piece of wood, puts his first keeper in the boat.
First one that measured.
That's perfect, And what he may find is those fish may pull from that grass a little bit towards those little hard spots, and he might get some numbers that ease out there on that outside edge in that lower light condition. A plug's a great way to go. John, from Kentucky Lake, he has spent a lot of his lifetime with a big plug in his hand.
There's only 2 anglers, Such, in our top 10 that have any kind of tangible fishing tournament experience at Watts Bar. Chase Henley obviously lives there.
Local.
And John Garrett, with the college series coming here for the bracket and some other challenge events between his school, Bethel University, back in the day, and Bryan College. John Garrett has fished at Watts Bar before, and so any little bit of experience helps when there's not a lot of tangible info to go off of.
This is only our 4th pro-level event on Watts Bar running. The last one was almost 50 years ago in 1974, won by Al Lindner.
Wow.
I don't think any of our competitors today were even alive during that event.
John was negative 25 years old.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Gotten over that a while ago, kind of like NBA and NFL both. They're making the NFL basically into a flag football game.
You can look at that right there.
Best stretch up here.
Ish Monroe, it said 5 pounds 13 ounces back, and he is at the bottom of our top 10. That's how close it's gotten. That a 5-pounder today for any one of these 10 guys could put them, hey, I'm way out now. Hey, I'm in the driver's seat.
Ronnie, a 4-pounder and a 4-pounder will do basically the same thing.
Yes.
I'm telling you, this is going to come down to that better bite. Some events, we're all on quality. A St. Lawrence River, if you're catching 3-pounders, you're backing up. But on an event like this, on a Watts Bar that's super, super tough, these just better than average quality fish are like double. It's a double bonus. It's winning the Powerball right there. So that's what these guys are hoping for, is that one better quality bite. 2 if they can get it.
One big topic of conversation in the fishing industry lately has been the use of forward-facing sonar. Where does it fit in our sport? Don't want to get on a soapbox on it now, but looking at the way our top 10 is fishing, it's about 50-50 mark on who is utilizing it and who is not. And the ones who are utilizing it on the phone last night said, I'm not seeing fish with it. It's helping me cast to the grass clumps or the brush piles. I'm using it like I would locate fish with side imaging or down imaging, and I'm locating it, and it's making me a lot easier to get to the structure where I think the fish are. It's not that I'm finding suspended fish. A lot of these anglers are fishing on the bottom with jigs and worms, and they're doing that. And the other guys who aren't are fishing the bank with their eyes.
There are. So it's kind of neat to see a fishing tournament develop again, where technology is slowing that down a little bit. But these areas offshore, they're able to see areas of clean bottom, and those fish move to those clean bottom with this weather that we've got going on right now.
As we take a look at our weather projection for the day, our Phoenix Weather Watch, Championship Saturday today, it's supposed to be cloudy, low of 64, high of 76. Mark, we had about a 5-week stretch here in Little Rock, which is kind of on the same weather plane as East Tennessee at times, where the low for the day was 90 degrees. So I know these anglers are, fall feels like it's close, and I know these fish are feeling the same thing. And one big thing, the bait fish are feeling the change, and that's what kind of gets the bass kick-started in that direction.
Makes that migration happen, Ronnie. The one thing that really moves that more so than water temperature is the period, the photo period, the length of the day. The bait fish know that fall is coming. They know to get into that fall pattern. I've seen bait fish shallow on Kentucky Lake downstream from here for the last 6 weeks. They move on in there in the beginning of August, and the fish are a little bit behind them. So we're seeing that several of our anglers are in those junctions, in those areas where they're leaving, the fish tend to be leaving that deeper water, that verticality, headed toward that flat stop, that flat place back there, and any change back there, those little flat spots, those little junctions, those little drops are where the fish are going to gather up.
How about this Tyler Williams, 21 years old,
from Maine.
From Belgrade, Maine. He's about a 20-hour drive away from Kingston.
And that's probably one of his closest bodies of water on the opens this year for him. Young angler. He said, I would love to be the second angler ever to fish the Classic from the state of Maine. We have a lot of great anglers. He said, I've never been to the Classic in person just because there's nothing really close by to Maine that we host a Bassmaster Classic. But he said, I'd love for my first one to be one that I'm fishing in. He has a great shot to do so. Started the day in the lead, dropped back to second currently, but with no fish on the board, the odds of him jumping up and having contention.
Gave himself a good EQ points from 28th to 17th with his points so far this week. So he's in the realm of getting in elite qualification.
Another decent event coming up, and another good event, and Tyler Williams could find himself in the Elite Series. We will see the top 10 here at Watts Bar when we get back. Big Noon Saturday kicks off on Fox with a good one as Drew Aller and Nicholas Singleton lead 7th-ranked Penn State in a showdown against Illinois. Catch the action beginning today at noon Eastern on Fox. Mark, are you you're from Kentucky. Are you a Wildcat? Are you a Tennessee fan? Or where's your college football alliance live?
Well, here in the state of Kentucky, we play football waiting for round ball. So I'm a devout UK fan.
Okay. He's a Kentucky Wildcat fan. About everybody here in Little Rock is a Arkansas Razorback fan. And we've got some Bobby Lane talking about the Florida Gators today. It is going to be a great college football Saturday. And like we said, Penn State, Illinois kicks it off at noon on Fox. So we bring final day coverage here of the Watts Bar Open, East Tennessee, Kingston, Tennessee to be specific, on the Tennessee River. Such a great place to host tournaments. And boy, this place has thrown some curveballs our way. Weather has been different a little bit each day. The fishing in the fall in this transition period is different. And Mark Menendez, there's also some
it's been really cool.
Different bite windows. It's not always just cookie cutter days every day.
It's not. And in the Tennessee River, current rules supreme. It turns those fish on. Will we get that current in that later hour today, Ronnie? I'm not so certain that we will. We generally don't on Saturdays. So that's going to take the bank fishermen, the guys that are fishing that super shallow water, to the forefront. Those better quality fish, less bites, but better quality.
You're not going to get too many bites until up in the day. So
he's just going to become more of a shooter as he gets older, because he ain't going to want to go down low.
But we're fishing. I think I've got a really special spot here.
Listen to Greg Bohannon, top right of your screen.
In the river, so it's got just a little bit of current that comes through it, and it's got a mix of hydrilla and milfoil, and I caught a really nice bag in here. I caught all my weight out of this little pocket. The first day it was all about a Strike King, the new tungsten thunder cricket, down in the submergent grass. And then yesterday it was all around this grass that I can see with a buzz bait. So
far this morning,
between the thunder cricket and the buzz bait, they're both fun.
Few opportunities to be doing really well, but
get to cover a lot of water.
It is what it is, man. It's just fishing, and my nerves is kind
Chase
of
Henley, bottom right of your screen.
wide open this morning. I got a lot of people watching me. I want to do good for them. So we're going fishing is all we're doing. Hoping for the best.
How's the tournament been so far?
So far, it's been good. I've just caught them running around junk fishing, flipping wood. I catch them on top water. Had a few issues the first day, but with the motor, it is what it is. We got her fixed, and let's keep after it.
Tell me a little bit about the two boats following us around. Who you got with you?
That'd be my wife and pretty much a group of all my best friends. That guy with the Tennessee hoodie on was my best man at my wedding. Some of my really good friends, Jeff, Corey, Beckett's Michael's little boy, Lake. He's I've known him for a really long time, and my wife back there in the back. Throw your hand up, Chelsea. My little girl and my little boy they wouldn't have made it all day in the boat, so might as well just keep them at the house. And it's exciting to be where I'm at right now, fishing against the guys I'm fishing against.
Chase Henley giving us a great rundown. He is the one local in the field.
All right.
So Greg Bohannon throws back a non-keeper in the
worry,
top right. But Henley, that is a cool story. He said on the phone last night, he said, never been on TV before. I don't know what nerves I'll be having, and I'll just bear with me. And he catches a 4-pounder to start his day. I don't know if that helped calm his nerves or gave him even more nerves.
Well, it always calms mine. I promise you. And as much as I'm sure Chase has spent time on Watts
I think
Bar,
this is
he
some
knows how
milfoil
important
here,
that 4-pounder
some
is. So I
hydrilla
bet it
mix,
calmed him just a little
and
bit.
I try to get the buzzbait, kind of walk the buzzbait in and out of these grass patches, and the fish are just sitting down in the grass patches. And like I said, they get a lot more active in the afternoon, but you know, fortunately I've got one so far, so I'm going to keep doing this. I just feel like my odds of catching a big one on this bait is really good.
That buzzbait, Ronnie, will catch a big fish. It may not catch a lot of numbers.
I knew this place in here had some potential. I caught a couple quality fish in practice, and I didn't catch many in here. Like, you don't want to catch many in practice, especially during this tough bite. But it's kind of outfished its potential. I thought maybe I could catch 10 or 11 pounds. And yesterday we had 14 something in here. Another boat was in here yesterday, had 14 something. So I know there's some good ones that live here. So we're going to rotate this one with one more spot and kind of bounce back and forth. Spend a lot of time casting, covering water. I think this particular spot has a little bit of current that comes through this island. I think that really helps on some of these grass flats, as opposed to being a dead backwater.
Mark, if you're not going to get the water pull from the the lock and dam system,
a
little bit of wind could help as well, at least for some of these flatter areas. Maybe it doesn't get down in the depths of those 20 feet deep fish, but these flats, these back end pockets, a little bit of wind could replicate the same thing they're looking for current.
Absolutely. Wind is your friend. What it does is it positions the fish. You know the direction that fish is going to be looking if you have some water movement. If it's right to left, you know that fish is going to be looking left. If it's left to right, vice versa. So it gives the angler an opportunity to present that bait in a better fashion other than just a haphazard fashion when you're back there in that dead end.
Kind of like if somebody walked into your house when you're sleeping at night, it's so quiet you can hear them coming from a mile away, but if you got your TV playing and the fan on, and you can't hear anything. So hopefully a little bit of wind or a little commotion allows these anglers to be camouflaged as they sneak up on some of the fish that have gotten them there to Championship Saturday. And a guy who started off really strong this morning trying to chase down the leaders, or we're going out to our day 2 leader, Tyler Williams. Tyler, like we said, from Maine, not a ton of experience around these places, but when he leaves home, Mark, he has to spend his time on the road, and that's really helped this young angler get that southern curve, of these Tennessee River Lakes. Nothing that replicates Maine.
There's a good one. That's a good one.
I got one!
Day 1, he had one close to 5 pounds, a 412.
And he's fishing a jig, so he's fishing slow. He doesn't have the experience.
He's not as big as I thought he was. I thought he was huge when he came up. For some reason it's bleeding. I don't know why. Ew. Stop. We got one. 2-pounder.
2-pounder for Tyler Williams, your day 1 or day 2 leader. He was just behind the leaders on day 1 as we go out to the guy who took the unofficial lead this morning, Jason Lambert. Had a great, stellar morning.
Well,
almost 9 o'clock. We've caught them 3 real fast this morning, and I guess I caught the last 3 that was there. I don't know. I'm kind of pushed way back up here shallow in this milfoil. Going to give that time to rest. I'm going to hit one more ditch over there across the way before I slide back over there and give them one more go. But it's early. I mean, it's 9 o'clock. We got 6 hours to fish, and you know, I got 1 good one and 2 keepers, so we'll just keep moving around. We're going to cover a whole lot of water today. I'm going to fish hydrilla and milfoil all day. That's all I'm going to do, and a lot of different places. And you know, we just got to hope we get something in front of 3 or 4 more of the right ones. You know, obviously, we all want to weigh a limit, but it's going to be about catching, you know, a couple. If we're going to make some noise, like some real noise, we got to have some big bites. So we'll just keep rolling around, keep moving around. Maybe we'll run into them here in a little while, but so far so good, no complaints. You could always not have a 3+ pounder in the boat, so not worried right now. We're not concerned. We're just going to keep moving.
It's a cliche at times. You're always looking for the big ones, and a big bite makes a difference. But on a body of water where a limit isn't a guarantee, if you go ahead and target bigger fish and not the quantity, you can get ahead just as much by having 3 of the right ones than having 5 of the wrong ones.
You sure can, and Jason is very good at finding a single cast and replicating that cast again where a big fish may be sitting.
We take a look at Jason Lambert. We said 3 good ones to start his morning. One of those offshore places, you said there weren't, you know, a ton of flats to be had, but when you do find some of these places that are pulled up, they don't have to be deep to be offshore. Throwing a bladed jig and really got off to a good start with this bite, that makes a big difference. It doesn't look like a giant, but it is an above average keeper.
Absolutely, and I'm sure he's locked that in his memory where that is. He can get back and replicate that cast. That's going to be a big factor.
And we'll keep an eye on the weather as it changes. Those fish, where they're positioned when it's cloudy, may be different. When it gets sunny, they may pull over to a little stump or a piece of brush that's in that flat, or maybe a grass patch. We'll see if Lambert has another 1 cast spot that he can replicate. But Tyler Williams, the day 2 leader, we just saw his first keeper of the day. He is on the board and in the unofficial lead. We're still waiting for Trey McKinney to do the same, to get on the board, and JT Tompkins has one in the live well in 4th place so far. Greg Bohannon in the top 5. Chase Henley, a little behind the 8 ball starting the day. Little gap to make up, but that first keeper will go a long way for him. We'll keep an eye on who catches the next most important fish when we come back for Bassmaster Live here on Fox Sports 1.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Watts Bar Reservoir is presented by Mercury Marine.
Back to Bassmaster Live here, Championship Saturday at Watts Bar Reservoir. If you're a fan of Bassmaster Live and you know the Bassmaster Classic and the Bassmaster Elite Series, well, the Bassmaster Opens is how you get to fish in those 2 trails. To fish the Super Bowl of bass fishing, you have to win this event today. 9 of our 10 anglers are up for grabs for the opportunity to get a classic berth. And then the race for qualification for the Elite Series is as hot as it's ever been. So competitive. If you're about the top, I'll give the top 20 some love. If you're still in the top 20 in points, you still have a shot with 2 events left to make the Bassmaster Elite Series via the points race. So we go out to a guy just below that 20th place in points, Greg Bohannon, a longtime veteran pro. One that makes me hungry every time I see his jersey marked.
Fish and chips, Ronnie.
Absolutely some
Pringles
fish
Pro.
and
He's
chips.
going to be one guy to keep an eye on next week in Lake of the Ozarks. Maybe 2 top 10s could get his season in that spot that he wants to be for the points.
Smaller
race.
as he gets here.
No.
That's got to be so disheartening, catching these fish that are so close. You get your hopes up high when the fish is on the way in. You lay him on the board, and does he go? Does he go?
Wow.
Nope.
Not quite.
And that happens.
Not going to make the team today.
Up and down really quick.
Had a lot
first hit, I thought he was a
line
pretty good
burners
one.
at the weigh-ins.
I can only imagine.
It's the worry when there's 200 people fishing in this tournament that when you have fish like this on day 1 and 2, you know that you could fall 20, 30, 40 spots. Today, you're swinging for the win anyways. You can't really lose many points. If you're in the top 10, you can lose, 5 or 6 points for most of these guys. And so the odds of, it doesn't hurt your feelings as bad because hey, line burners aren't going to get me a win today. And I can't really fall that far.
You can't fall that far, but you're fishing for a big chunk of change that can change from next season. It finances next season. It finances the rest of your year. Doggone it, there's a lot on the line financially with each one of those line burners. You want them just to be 15 and an 1/8 right now until you get your limit.
Not as hard as he's measuring them. Whew.
Lee Bohannon is our oldest competitor today at 51. He's going to have a birthday on the 25th.
Former two-sport college athlete. He was a nose tackle for Arkansas Tech. He was a wonder boy. Played baseball there as well. I got to talk to him on the phone there last night.
We're going to catch one here in a minute.
Like Beaver Lake, Bull Shoals, Table Rock Angler.
Yeah, he fished a lot of FLW events, 222. He's like 27,000 shy of $1 million in earnings on FLW Tour.
So if
he's been around.
If he did qualify for the Elite Series, he would not be considered a rookie because of his money threshold. Most likely, I actually may be incorrect in that.
500,000 is your rookie.
Oh yeah, no, that should be right. Yeah.
Nice.
Jason Lambert, top left. Trey McKinney, we just heard from him a second ago. Bobby Lane and Ish Monroe. Got quite a few guys well over $1 million or pretty close to $1 million in career winnings in our top 10 today. That's why we called it such a star-studded lineup.
A little rainy.
Well, Ish and Bobby Lane for sure are way over. I mean, Ish has 2 century belts. He won 2 elite events with more than 100. The very first Bassmaster Elite Series event.
Yes, he did. At Del Rio, Texas on Lake Amistad.
Well, we are out here. We're still buzzing around, and probably the prettiest morning I have seen in a long time waiting.
Bobby Lane's qualified for 12 classics and Ish 10.
Hey, he's won on the Tennessee River at Kentucky Lake. Found him a amazing spot to beat one Kevin Van Dam way back in, I believe, 2008.
Back in the golden days of Kentucky Lake, where 25 pounds was just an average day of fishing. I'm pleased to report, Ronnie, that Kentucky Lake is doing extremely well. Fish populations are up. It's taking better than a 4-pound average to win most tournaments. And doggone it, we've got a whole bunch of brown fish in the lake now.
That's one thing that's a big development is the smallmouth kind of thrived during the downturn of Kentucky Lake. But like you said, bait fish coming back, bass populations coming back. We're excited for that because Kentucky Lake is a legendary place with a lot of Bassmaster history.
It certainly is. It's an icon in structure fishing. It's the greatest structure fishing lake in the country, and it's great to see those. We had a day here, a friend of mine and his son and I went out, and we had 5 that weighed 25 on a 10XD, just like the old days.
You are big in your downtime when you're not working with us here or fishing in the Elite Series events, where you kind of have some conservation on your mind across the country, fighing for our waterways.
Yeah,
and I know
lemon got stuck on it. I was getting ready to shake
Watts
it.
Bar is another place they're focused on that.
Absolutely, it's just a privilege to work with Yamaha Right Waters, fighting against invasive species, both terrestrial and aquatic. The aquatic major one that we deal with most of the time in freshwater are the Asian carp. It's a huge issue. We're seeing management techniques work. We're still working constantly with our lawmakers and getting things done in the area. I'm seeing less of them, Ronnie. I'm not seeing as many Asian carp. They're still there. And Mother Nature's probably doing some help too, finding a niche for those fish that are just a nuisance fish. Our bait fish came back. Our minnow eaters are back. Our crappie, our white bass. It's an amazing white bass fishery right now. And a fish that I haven't seen in a long time, our sauger are back. So it's great to eat. Oh, just unbelievable how good the fishing has become.
I mean, you said the hook, it startles on there.
We're going to have to fight this all the way up the Tennessee River.
And all of a sudden it comes pinling down. They're like, oh, look. That's a huge thing. Actually, I caught 3.5 pounder yesterday doing that.
Trey McKinney, our 18-year-old from Carbondale, Illinois. This is his 7th B.A.S.S. tournament.
He's a pretty cool top 10 though. Like you have like Jason Lambert, Ish Monroe, like all the old landmarks, like literally the guys I watched.
Oh yeah, that's a solid top 10.
It's pretty cool.
Trey's been a part of multiple top 10s. Suits, you were talking about 7 events. I think he's been in 2 previous ones other than this one, maybe?
2 second places. You fall in Toledo Bend.
Trying to do the same thing. Catch 5 big old mamas, big old bunnies.
You followed Toledo Bend. I think you're talking about the Oklahoma you follow, correct?
Yes, Oklahoma. Now we had a field of.
Haven't gotten the right stretch yet, or that speed bite's already died? We still got plenty of low line for it.
Walk us through what Trey's doing real quick, Mark.
Well, it's a little reminiscent of Kentucky Lake. He's hopping that jig, trying to get a reaction bite out of a fish that may see that jig and may kind of be in just a non-aggressive mood. That jig hops by his face and he just turns on and it catches that fish. He gets that fish to come up and approach the jig quick without the fish even thinking.
And depending on how deep he is, we're going to have a Tackle Tip Tuesday. Actually, that's why I wanted you to talk about it on this coming Tuesday from Matt Airy about stroking a jig.
You don't want it like 5 foot off the bottom. You want it to kind of pop up like in that 2 to 3. So it's real important. Once you get your stroke down, keep it.
Matt Airy's going to walk us through what it means to stroke a jig, and what we were saying, if he's fishing in 20 feet of water, he's doing some vicious rod movement, but it's not really moving the bait far towards him or far in the water column up.
Well, it's actually almost like flipping a jig, Ronnie, to the bank. What he's doing is he's getting multiple presentations during one cast. So it opens up your opportunity to get that reaction bite. Not only on the initial fall of the jig do you get a lot of bites this time of year on a technique like that, but each time at the apex of the hop of that jig, that's when that fish catches that jig on the fall. You've got to be very in tune to what's going on, or you will miss that fish.
How high is the lure actually lifting up?
Probably just 2.5 feet, no more than that. The closer it gets to the boat, the less violent that stroke will get, so that you keep it in that strike zone.
Yeah, letting it fall on slack line. That's why you see him barely even clicking the reel handle over. Letting it fall slack is good. Having a aggressive crawl trailer on the back is probably one that's going to get their attention when it flutters back down through the water. We'll see if that results in a good fish coming up for Trey McKinney, as he is in 3rd place, holding steady. We normally see the leaderboards in the fall act like this. A little bit of slowness, and then there will be a bite window coming up where the anglers will capitalize. Tyler Williams are your leader right now. Jason Lambert 2nd, Trey McKinney in 3rd. We'll be back with the full top 10 after this break. Tomorrow on Fox, the new era for the Packers continues as Jordan Love leads the Packers against the Falcons, or Christian McCaffrey and the Niners battle Matthew Stafford and the Rams, or other regional action. Check local listings for the game in your area only on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Where we have had some good football. It's a great time of the year. I love fishing in the fall. We love watching fishing in the fall at times. You got football on, baseball's finishing up. Probably talking about preseason basketball at times as well. It's a great time to be a sports fan on the weekend. So take a look at our top 10 spread across Watts Bar Reservoir. Full, in its entirety is 70 miles, but there's probably about 35 to 40 miles in play today, and we're seeing each end of that 40 miles really playing for our top 10 is Jason Lambert, who got out to a hot start, 3 quick fish to take our unofficial lead, has gone silent since then, but he's hooked up right now.
I don't know how big it is. Don't feel very big. Still don't know. Spot. I don't know if he'll even keep or not. He'll probably keep.
It's interesting, Ronnie. He's caught a couple spotted bass today in that grass. Not a typical place I would look to find a spotted bass.
I think he's long enough.
But if he measures, who cares if they got spots or not right now?
It's the same. You can see on his down imaging on his graph right there and his 2D, kind of the grass clumps
inches.
and the way the hydrilla, maybe
16
some
inches of
milfoil.
giant spotted bass.
Bullet of a spotted bass. And Mark, there is Bobby Lane, Florida angler, in our top 10. Great grass fisherman, said, I've seen 5 different strains of grass, and the hydrilla, milfoil, they look good. And the water looks good here at Watts Bar. I expect this place to maybe be on the rise and start booming with fish populations. There's plenty of bass, but the size will start to go up, hopefully, over the next few spawn cycles.
When you have that habitat, Ronnie, you have good recruitment of your young of the year fish. That's the key thing with grass. Watts Bar does not have all of that shallow water like, say, a Kentucky Lake, a Gunnersville, or a Wheeler. So you have those areas in which these fish are reared and raised. You will get more fish in your lake through recruitment with grass. It's a good thing. But we don't want more than 30% coverage of the grass. At that point, it becomes a negative.
Let's go ahead to a 4-box at JT Tompkins, Greg Bohannon, Bobby Lane, and Ish Monroe. Tompkins won a Bassmaster Open last year at the Chesapeake Bay to make the Bassmaster Classic. We got to see him. He made the final day cut. Normally it's rare when you put the best Opens anglers in the world, best college anglers in the world, and you put them up against the Elite Series pros. Not many make the final day cut of a Classic in the top 25. JT did so. Even with some issues at Knoxville, he was able to overcome and still make the top 25. And we've got a couple other guys who would love. Greg Bohannon, like Such said, has had $1 million career on other tours, never fished a Bassmaster Classic, and he said, I would be tickled. That would be something very cool to do at this stage of my career, and I'd love to end my career with bass. Bobby Lane and Ish Monroe, mainstays for the Classic for years, who have taken a little bit of a break in their career from bass, as they're back and now trying to make it back to the top level to compete with you, Mark.
Well, I tell you what, it's the Classic is the pinnacle of the sport. It is where we all want to go. That first time that you come in the arena and you look up on the Megatron and you're there, hey, your Adam's apple will tighten up quick, I promise you. I've been there and remember that feeling vividly. It's a feeling you never forget. It's a place you always want to be in, and just to have an opportunity to maybe win a Classic really motivates every angler that's in our field.
Tompkins comes from a fishing family. His father has fished the Opens the last few years and had a tough start to his year, so JT said, hey, my dad decided to stay home the rest of the events. He said, I trust you to do your job and carry out the rest of your season and win. So JT's been not on his own because he has a cousin, Jacob Tompkins, who also travels and fishes the Open. So you had a trio, which is now a duo, but a great fishing family that has had a lot of success in the last 3 or 4 years in the Opens.
The Tompkins family is definitely putting their time in on the water. There's no doubt about that.
Back out with Jason Lambert, angler who's closest to a limit today. We'll continue to talk about a 5 bass limit until someone gets them. Jason Lambert with 4 after adding that spotted bass. This could be keeper number 5.
That one's a little bit better, I think.
Don't you just love it, Ronnie, when we weigh them on the way in? We can already tell that he feels like this is a better fish. And obviously it looks like it.
Come around here so I can get a hold of you. Oh, yeah.
Won't have to measure that one.
Got us a 2-pounder. And we got us 5. He's fish order weight a lot more than that, but he's not on the Snickers program. But we got 5.
Limit in the books for Lambert. Now the question is, do you continue to do what you've done to get those bites, because you're getting more bites than everyone? He doesn't know this, but he's getting.
18.
He's the only one with a limit in the boat. He's had a great morning, the best morning so far, the unofficial leader, but does he have another program where he's gotten better than average bites? Maybe he'll make that decision very soon. But before we do, we got to obviously give him the love that he has deserved for coming from 9th place. Mark Menendez starting the day and jumping into the unofficial lead, a limit on the board. He is, why don't we just dub him, the early St. Croix Rods replay of the day. A couple good ones on a bladed jig this morning.
Absolutely. I tell you what, Such, he's the first guy to reach the plateau, catching that hard one, number 5, with a couple of decent fish mixed in there. So that limit's going to go a long way. That's going to move him up a whole bunch in the standings. But what he wants to do now is find that kicker fish. What he's doing, Ronnie, and in the area he's doing it in, that kicker fish is living. So he may find that kicker fish just by not having to move around him a lot today. He stayed in one area basically to get his limit.
One good recipe of maybe finding an above average fish is having a good piece of structure that these fish can live around their habitat off the bank. Having some grass on one of his baits just a few minutes ago gives us that clue that hydrilla could really be factoring for him this week. Bladed jig is a great grass bait, and that, you know, a limit in the boat. You're the early St. Croix Rods replay of the day. Maybe if you hold it throughout the rest of the day, you'll go home with a shiny trophy, and not go home. He's got to go to the next event. We're back to back this week. But
he started 5-9 back of the lead, and I think we've had a lot of guys have single digits in the big bag, so anything can happen. Anything's possible.
Absolutely. 12 pounds today is going
to hit a couple of ditches and come back
some other places. So if the other guys struggle due to this weather, this different change in weather with this overcast skies,
we got 5, and we got a long day
and catches another 2 or 3 pounds in there, he's going to be hard to guard.
And if we don't have current, and the winds may get up to 4 or 5 miles today, which is
negligible on moving any water. So what he's doing is chasing fish around that are up on top of the grass, that submergent grass, and he's just moving around and saturating a specific area.
We're going to stay on this winding program. We're going to wind and wind and wind and wind. Hopefully just wind it in front of the right 2 or 3 today, and we'll have a good day.
Says Tennessee, but he's about 4 hours away closer to Pickwick.
Sunday, it's a good day anyway.
Yeah, Pickwick's his home lake.
At 9:20 in the morning to have a
tremendous amount of experience.
A decent little starter limit.
It's closer to where we are.
It's not anything to complain about.
Normally than in his own state of Tennessee.
To Kingston. Big Tennessee football fan lists that, and turkey hunting is his interests, hobbies.
He is a champion. He'll make you pack up and head home at times, Mark Menendez, especially on the Tennessee River, and we will see if Jason Lambert can hold the top spot, unofficially jumping out to I would call it a good lead, one of the biggest leads we've seen from anybody. Nobody's really ran away and gotten away from the field this week through day 1 and day 2. Lambert in the lead, got the chance to increase that with a cull. Meanwhile, though, Tyler Williams hanging tough in second. John Garrett moving up with another fish into third. We will hopefully see that and more when we come back. Bassmaster Live here at Watts Bar. It's getting interesting on the final day here, Bassmaster Open.
Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Watts Bar Reservoir is presented by Mercury Marine and by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Championship Saturday here at the St. Croix Rods Bassmaster Open on Watts Bar Reservoir in Kingston, Tennessee. Ronnie Moore here with Mark Menendez and Mike Sucon. And Mark Menendez, how has it been this morning based on what you expected? It is tough fishing in the fall. We've had some cloudy and different conditions weather-wise, but we've seen some quality pop in.
Well, we have seen some quality, and quality's a big deal here. You can see that boat ride right there is awful smooth and calm. That calm water is prohibiting these fish from becoming aggressive.
As we go out on the lake, as you see where our top 10 is spread out all across this body of water.
Not seeing a lot of movement in our anglers. They're staying put, Ronnie. They're fishing areas they have confidence in. Not a lot of jumping around, just fishing slow.
Oops. They like went to the next zip code after I set the hook on one of them. It wasn't bad, but I don't know what just happened, but It's at 15 inches. I swear I can hold fish. Like, I might not be able to grab them when they're flopping, but I can hold them. Yeah, we're good. Bug. Dude.
Not seeing a lot of pressure in his face, Ronnie.
No.
Pretty settled right there on what he's doing. Laughing about the bug, laughing about not being able to hold his fish. But that's pretty neat to see from a relatively inexperienced at this level angler, having a good time.
2-pounder, we'll put him back in the lead.
All these little
That's about
flies around here. They keep getting in our faces. I just ate one. Sweet.
Who ends up eating more bugs, Mark Menendez, bass anglers or opera singers?
Oh, it's definitely bass anglers with a lake that's got grass in it.
If an opera singer's swallowing bugs, Suits, you got some issues with your theater that you're putting on.
Well, it's outside, of course.
Amphitheater. Okay, I gotcha.
Good. Why?
Man. So this one might be what's measured.
Keeps catching shorts.
But you just always have that little bit of hope when you
Yeah.
get that fish in the boat. Is it going to make it?
Well,
Not
sure.
keeper number 1 for Trey McKinney. Still looking for that one.
Make that again.
You don't think Bobby Lane's not looking for that better fish with that top water? You can hear that plain as day. He knows what bites that bait.
Unreal.
I look for Bobby to make a move here shortly. He's been in the backs of the pockets. I bet he moves out a little further. May stay shallow, but he's going to look a little further out towards the main lake.
yeah, Bobby had a big 4-2 in his day 1 bag of 15-2 to lead.
One big thing Bobby said on the phone last night was when he started catching them, it was in a flurry, it was in one grass mat, and it was only on one side of the pocket. There was grass mats on both sides of the pocket, but it was only the one side that was producing. When he started catching a few, he goes back to the live well, looks up, and there's 5 or 10 anglers in the creek with him fishing.
Cruising, man. I'm
Had to
really
burn it down that day and
disappointed.
catch it.
I practiced back here, and I had quite a few bites, a couple of decent ones, and I said, you know what, I was going to start here one morning, and I'm glad I did, and I'm glad I saved it for the last day. But I'm going to give you a tip when throwing a moving bait, you know, in practice, they were biting it a lot better. They really were. But they would come up and like swipe at it. And this is the difference between braid and mono, and I've followed this for years. I've tried to figure it out. But when you're throwing a chopo or a buzzbait or something like that, and those fish are coming up and missing it, since I've gone to 20-pound Berkeley big game, man, the ones that want to come up and nip at it now, I seem like I'm catching. Even if they're smaller, your hookup ratio's unbelievable. And what the reason is I got this on a 7.3 medium heavy Fantasista X. I got it on an 8-to-1 Revo, a Xenon, and I got it on 20-pound big game, and what happens is with that mono, it has a little bit of stretch to it. So when those fish come up to grab that bait, they come up, and with the braid, you immediately pull, and it pulls it out of their mouth. Now, trust me, I love some braid, but when you're faced with a situation late summer like this and early fall, and those fish just want to come up and nip it, this mono gives them just an extra split second to take the bait, and it's definitely got me in the top 10 this week. Or helped get me in the top 10 for sure, to catch those few fish that I was just getting to bumping. I heard several guys talking about, man, I can see them, they come up, they chase my bait, but I couldn't catch them. So Give it a shot. I'm telling you, it's a tip that's proven, and it's worked this week on Watts Bar for sure.
I bet you he failed to mention that he's got a trailer hook on there too.
How well it works in the next couple of casts.
That trailer hook, Ronnie, will land another.
Oh, the wrong size. There you go. See there, even the littlest one is going to get it. Thank you, buddy. Enjoy your Saturday. But I need the one that gave birth to you.
Rest of the day, the problem is
That fish doesn't help him keeper-wise, but it makes him look like a smart man. After he lays it all out, he lands one that barely came up and
The
swiped at
Chopo
it.
can be a little different. You got 6 hooks on this one. So when they get it, you got a better shot at getting them. But when they go to missing it, man, that tip is huge. It's really made a difference in my fishing and catching. You get into springtime or late spring and then that May and June when they're just killing it, you know, I recommend 50-pound Durabraid, but when it gets late like this and those fish get a little skittish, it's definitely never hurts to have both tied on.
Spoke with Bobby before this event. He says self-inflicted pressure has really hurt his fishing this year. This is his best finish of the 7 EQ events so far. He has moved up in points too. He's 21st. With yesterday's points, he's 12th, within range of being in the top 10 who make the elites next year.
Well, he's got a good shot. Bobby is a great jig fisherman, headed to Lake of the Ozarks next, a noted jig lake. And then we're going to finish up at the Harris Chain. That's right in his backyard, a place that he's very comfortable with. So I look for him to make a real run in these next 2 tournaments.
Is key for the most part. I mean, you know, it's the late in the year and the fish don't get schooled up as much. You can cover a lot of water with these baits too, and I think that's key. I honestly can't believe we haven't caught a couple more back here. It just looks so good.
That's a nice one. What?
Yeah, you know, we leave here this afternoon after weigh-in. Had to Lake of the Ozarks in Missouri, and then we little bit of a break, maybe about a week and a half, and then we head to Harris Chain. I think Lake of the Ozarks is going to fish very similar to Watts Bar this week. I think it's going to be a lot of moving baits. One thing about Ozarks that is notorious is dock fishing. It's huge. I mean, docks are everywhere. That lake has been super developed, and it's got a great healthy population of fish, probably offshore and up on the bank also. They live shallow there year round, just like they do here at Watts Bar. So I think that's going to be a good one. And then when we go to Harris, you know, we're hitting these places at tough times of the year. You know, it's easier when they're spawning or when it's wintertime and you can slow down and find a school or a muscle bar like at Harris. And you know, the weights have been decent down there, just like they have been at the Ozarks, but it's weird. It's 1 or 2 guys are decent weights, and then the rest are, you know, in the teens or something like that. So I expect Harris to be a wonderful tournament. It's going to have a little bit of everything going on, and that's what I love about just like this place. You can flip, you can frog, you can fish offshore, you can go get in creeks or canals or pockets and do what I'm doing. I think it's all going to come into play. And the one thing about, even like here, man, I had 2 4.5 pounders the first day. I mean, that's what made my 15 pounds and gave me the lead. And I think Harris is going to be identical to that. If you can catch a couple of those 4.5, 5 pound fish, I think that's what's going to keep you going all the way to the final day. Ozarks, I think you're going to need, you know, more of your 2 3/4 is more average there, 2 1/2. I think there's a lot of those fish. So, you know, if you could capitalize on one of those 5 or 6 pounders, it just makes a huge difference in your stringer and where you are going to end up in the standings. So I love this time of the year. I'm pumped up about it, and I'm glad to be out here today for sure when things are coming down to the wire. You could have left a lot of points on the table this week, and I was fortunate getting those 2 4-pounders in the first day to get me to fish today. Right here.
Bobby Lane laying it out well, how he's catching them this week, a couple adjustments he's made, and also how he expects the rest of the season to play out. No rest for the weary. We're going to turn around and start practice tomorrow in Missouri for Lake of the Ozarks. That tournament will go Friday through Sunday. Like you said, then we'll end up in the state of Florida, not far from his home. See if Bobby can make an improvement on his day so far when we come back to Bassmaster Live.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Watts Bar Reservoir is presented by Mercury Marine.
Back to Bassmaster Live here at Watts Bar Reservoir in Kingston, Tennessee. The one local boy and also the one angler not eligible to make the Bassmaster Classic if he wins today. To do so, you have to fish the full 3-event division. Henley has just signed up for this event because it is in his backyard. He is a Kingston, Tennessee native. He's got one good one in the boat, and out with him as he is looking to represent for the home crowd.
Tense moment here, Ronnie. This is always a tense feeling. Is he still there? Is he going to be there?
Yeah. Come on.
In the boat.
It's a late birthday present. He celebrated his 33rd birthday on day 1 of the event Thursday.
Sorry.
Well, I bet he'd like to have 3 more birthday presents for his day's over, Suge.
Maybe not a ton of bites for Chase Henley so far, but that was a pretty solid one. And then this morning, if you missed it, he started with a bang.
Yeah. Good. Oh.
Get your day started with an anchorfish. What a way to get started.
Some of your closest buddies watching from the boats. It's always a good feeling to represent for the home crowd. He's had some setbacks. He had some mechanical issues on day 1 that prohibited him from really fishing his areas and changing a lot of spots. But when he has got to fish, he's utilized that local history almost perfectly. Biggest bag of the tournament yesterday.
Mark, it kind of reminds me of Will Davis fishing on
so
Lane
far,
Lake.
it's
hitting all the
been
usual
decent.
and unusual spots.
Lost a few key
Absolutely.
fish, but
you know those areas.
We're going to keep
got a lot of
grinding
history,
and
you've got a lot of confidence.
see if we can't catch us one.
Then you
catch us
figure out
a bag of
pattern
them. Actually, I
that
mean, I've
takes
got
you to
2
the
good
best
fish, 2
areas.
solid fish. I just need to put 3 more solid fish with it, and we'll just let the chips fall where they fall. After that, that's all I can do.
89th after day 1 with only 7 pounds. Came in with our biggest bag on day 2, 16-13. Jumped from 89th to inside our top 10.
Tell me a little bit about your friend giving you crap over the spinning rods.
I'm not much of a spinning rod guy. I just throw that thing around trying to catch a keeper or 2. Sometimes that's what it takes to get a limit. But especially in September, it's tough. And I just got to do what you got to do, bad as you hate it. So we're just grinding around trying to get a few bites. And we're going to go tree to tree and just hope that's the ticket. So good Lord willing, we'll catch a big one. And 3 of them.
already well ahead of the game with a good fish in the boat this morning. If it didn't hit 4 mark Menendez, it sure is going to scare the 4-pound mark. It's definitely the biggest fish we've seen this week, one of the biggest we've seen, or biggest fish we've seen today, one of the biggest all week as we make it to the main river, the Tennessee River, and go check out with Greg Bohannon, one of the guys who took a left out of takeoff and went more up the river.
That one clocked it, Ronnie. That one, he looked away and that one just swallowed it.
Well, there's a lot of 14.5-inch fish in this lake. Yeah, he's gonna be just a hair short. You know, no, that one goes.
Another keeper in the box for Greg Bohannon. Using that plopper bait, Ronnie, but it's a little bit smaller than what Bobby Lane is fishing. A little bit smaller.
Pound and a half.
Yeah, you can definitely go against the grain and throw a big one when the bait fish might be small. You can go against the grain and throw a big one, or you can really match the hatch and throw a smaller one like we're seeing Greg Bohannon. That's a good sign. Keeper in the boat. He was pessimistic swinging it in and optimistic putting it in the live well. So Greg with 2 now as we head over to Bobby Lane, also one of the anglers who took a left out of takeoff to go up the river more.
That looks better. Oh, I got him snagged. That's why. I don't even think he'll keep. No. Yeah, maybe.
A little bit bigger presentation.
So,
he talked about it earlier.
Lord, what a bite.
Fish just swiping at his bait.
That Chapo is so fun.
Can I go,
Are
Mark?
you going to make the
I
grade?
think he's going to make it.
Yes, he makes the grade.
Number 2 for Bobby Lane.
A little flurry there, Ronnie. Seeing a couple of fish being caught here at this time of the morning. We may have another good bite window headed down the river.
You see he's made the adjustment
how
back
can you not have fun doing that?
to the braid.
How can you not have fun watching them come up and explode?
I thought he had another one right there for a second, Mark. When you get in some of these areas, it can happen fast.
Little wolf packs. The fish are traveling in little wolf packs at times like this, and you can get multiple bites pretty quick.
Go back out with Chase Henley, just with him for his second keeper of the day.
God, I hope he's still on it. I think he come off. Nope, he's still on it. Come off.
Ooh.
Heartbreaker. Heartbreaker.
Gar.
We'll have to get into his deal a little bit more as the day goes on. There's something significant to it, especially in the region. And what's good, Mark, he is by himself in that region of the lake. He can run whatever he wants. As we take a look at the points race, this was coming into the event. This was coming into our 3 days of competition. Tompkins, Kamira's already on the Elite Series. Garrett and McKinney, that's the way they lined out at the top of our Angler of the Year race. Tompkins, Garrett, McKinney are still at the top. Meanwhile, we've had 4 or 5 names shuffle in and out. Keep an eye on how those moves adjust. Wesley Gore, a guy jumping into the top 10. It'll be a race to the finish line as the top try to separate themselves even more, but this opens field has been absolutely fantastic. Keep an eye on who is in range to qualify for the elites when we come back Bassmaster Live. Championship Saturday here for the St. Croix Rods Bassmaster Opens here at Watts Bar Reservoir. Stop number 7 out of 9. And this is important because classic spots are on the line. The last few classic spots that are available are up for grabs with the 10 anglers today, all except for Chase Henley, who has moved into the 4th spot. Chase is just fishing for the local pride, $41,000 to $42,000 for the top prize. Some pride and I guess bragging rights for having a nice shiny trophy, representing as the one local angler here. Meanwhile, everyone else looking to make the Bassmaster Classic and also gather up points because it is stop number 7 out of 9. The Elite Series qualification in that race is closing down quickly with Ozarks next week and the Harris Chain the second week of October.
We got some good movers this week, Ronnie. Brett Cannon jumped up in EQ points from 10th to 6th. Wesley Gore is now 18th. He came from 16th. Jacob Bigelow is inside our top 10 now from 11th. Kyle Austin is 10th. Logan Parks jumped up a couple from 15th to 11th. Bobby Lane making a pretty good move from 21st to 12th, just outside the top 10 who will qualify for the elites next year. Kyle Patrick as well, 18th to 13th.
I said coming into the event, if you're in the top 25, you still had a really good shot. That was about 65 to 70 points behind the leader, or behind the last qualification spot. But I might be proven wrong. Tyler Williams came from 29th and is up into the top 17, I believe. So
yeah, 17th right now, yeah.
You know, one real good one and one decent one over the next 2, and he could find himself in the last spot. But you're going to have to earn it. They have not let off the throttle this year.
Well, Mark Menendez here did a little math earlier, and he figured out we're going to need 1463 as your target to get in the top 10 for EQ. And so right now, Logan Johnson, who has 1,065, he's 2 victories away, 200 points to win, 199 for second. He would need about that. So.
Well, Suits, there is a little fudge here.
Yes, there's a lot of fudge in actually.
I'd say it's plus or minus 5 points on that. So that's just a target goal there.
But it's pretty close usually.
I already made extra.
You want to get close and let chaos happen after that, yeah.
I'm making the top 10. No Blazer bonus money.
We look at Trey McKinney, JT Tompkins, Chase Henley, and Jason Lambert in a 4-box. A wide variety of things going on here at Watts Bars. We bring it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Ronnie Moore here with Mark Menendez and Mike Sucon. And Mark, we've witnessed some ebbs and flows. Jason Lambert, our unofficial leader, came from 9th place after a quick limit this morning, the only angler with 5 bass in the live well, and that's the goal. But now you have to upgrade and look for those kickers that Chase Henley currently has.
Absolutely. Jason had an early start. He caught several fish quick. That got him going. He's staying in one area. The one variable we've not seen yet this morning is current. Chase Henley is up the river. He will be the first to take advantage of that current, and he'll get that advantage longer because he's further up the river. It'll take a while for the lake to start moving down lake. Watch for a bite window to open with some current.
We were talking about that bite window right there. A lot of the anglers talked about this. Such, the late day is going to be a nerve-wracking day from 11:30 to 2 o'clock when they start to head back for weigh-in. The deal is a lot of these anglers have caught keepers 3, 4, and 5 throughout the day. So if we see someone with 2 fish, they still have a shot late into the day.
You've heard guys say at 11 o'clock noon they had no fish and that they caught their fish late, like JT Tompkins said he came in and caught one in the last 5 minutes. So it'll go down to the wire today.
Maybe we'll see a late day catch and a quick run back to weigh-in. If it is smooth as glass like it has been today, it'll make that rush to the weigh-in a little bit easier for these anglers, but we know how pushing it to the limit can often result, Mark.
Absolutely. It's every cast counts. You're there for the last second. Doesn't matter whether you catch him on the first cast or the last cast, as long as you get him in. And if we get the current, that's the big key here. If we get that current, that's going to change the game.
It's still the same thing. We're still fishing milfoil and hydrilla. You guys are going to get to see a lot of different backdrops today because we're going to cover a lot of water. Just know one thing for sure, every cast I make is going to be at a piece of grass of some kind. So it may look different, but it's the same deal.
The $64,000 question, Ronnie, should I stay or should I go? With a limit in the boat already, Lambert has a chance to move around a little bit and do some experiment.
And with little to no current getting pulled, Mark, you're not going to need a dramatic amount of current to make these fish turn, because there's got to be a bite window. They have to eat. You know, they're hungry just like we are throughout the day. So whether there's current or not, there will be bite windows. But if there is current, it doesn't take much to really get these fish, okay, it's time to eat. The buffet is about to happen for a couple minutes.
It sure will, and it'll kind of negate the overcast skies that we have in the way the fish is going to position. Current always takes precedence over your skies most of the time. So with that, if we get that current, it won't take a lot. It'll take those fish that are in the center of those trees, like what Chase Henley's doing, getting in the middle of those trees, and he'll be able to pitch to the outside edges, and he will be a heck of a lot more efficient on his catch-land ratio.
Lambert talking about grass is the ticket for him today. Keep an eye on where he moves on the map as we continue to show updates on what may be a key region of the lake where he may settle in today. There will be a time you don't want to be running when the key bite windows happen, so we'll see where he settles in. We head over to John Garrett, talked about most of his fish that came in the afternoon. He's already got 3 though in the box.
Called that bite, felt the fish bite it, set the hook. Now is it going to make that 15-inch size limit?
There's a good one.
That's a good one.
Yes, sir.
That's a helper. I think we've seen Little John with
Big Strike King cutter worm.
big spinning rod. Saw him one with a plug.
It's about
now the cutter
as
worm.
full grown as they get here.
Got a little history with that cutter worm, Ronnie.
He said you hung him out to dry. He needs a couple more. He's gone through so many this week. So he needs to get restocked up before heading to Ozarks.
He's got to pass my house on the way, so there's plenty there for him, I promise.
7 pounds. No, I'm just kidding.
That's a big fish, Ronnie. That is a big, big fish for Little John. One more for the limit if he can make it a 4-pounder. Lightning can strike.
Do 2 even.
John's a very well-versed angler,
I'll
Union
be light
City,
for
Tennessee.
You, so just put in what I say. So.
27-year-old came in pretty confident about the Opens this year. He's been trying for several years to get in the elites. Ronnie, you have a great quote from him.
I can't. Should I say it, Such, or should we
yeah,
wait?
he's second in points.
Okay,
he is up there.
So he said, Mark, at the beginning of the year when I started to preview the Opens on Bassmaster Live for the Elite Series, he said, Ronnie, you said 9 spots were available. You need to re-up that and say there's only 8 available because I'm going to win Angler of the Year. So to see 7 events almost in the books and he is second right there near the lead, he has followed through and he's determined this year to not miss it by just a spot or 2.
He has been so close so many times.
Right.
He's got a huge group of fans at home, all of his friends, family pulling for him. His wife is at this event, their new baby, so he's on that new baby pattern as well. So that could pull him through to win that AOY. But personally, for me, I don't care if he's 1st or 10th because I'll have a new roommate by the end of the year.
Oh my gosh. Yes, yes, yes. Go down, get it. Go get it. Come on. Dude, there's so many of them. They've been picked on all week, though. I'm trying. If I get them all, we're going back to the weigh-in. That wouldn't be good TV. Dude, there's blood everywhere. There's blood on my arm, there's blood. Well, some of it's from that fish, too. Oh. Oh.
A lot going on in the boat of Tyler Williams right now. He's pulled up on a spot and finally seeing, we were talking about how they were using forward-facing sonar to find some of the structure for a couple of these guys fishing offshore. Not really locating fish, but Tyler's seeing some on this spot. When we come back from break, we'll maybe see if he puts some in the boat to close that gap that Jason Lambert has as the unofficial leader, followed by John Garrett in third. The action's heating up. A little bit of a bite window here at Watts Bar. Big Noon Saturday kicks off on Fox with a good one as Drew Aller and Nicholas Singleton lead 7th-ranked Penn State in a showdown against Illinois. Catch the action beginning today at noon Eastern on Fox. Great college football slate here today, and we're happy to be here with you for Bassmaster Live to lead into an action-packed Saturday on Fox Sports 1. Final day of the St. Croix Bassmaster Open here at Watts Bar, the 7th stop out of 9 for a long journey for the best semi-pro anglers in the world looking to make that leap to the Bassmaster Elite Series. This is the avenue that 90% of our new qualifiers will come through. There are obviously other paths to getting there through our Bass Nation tournaments, which are regional and national events. But the Opens is the biggest funnel, and it is a big-time proving ground, Mark Menendez.
Absolutely. These kids travel 9 tournaments in a season now. It gives them many different venues. It gives them many different looks, many different patterns. And when they get to the elites, they're deadly. They're deadly.
We're starting to replicate the Elite Series schedule and path through the Opens, getting it closer to synonymous for that training ground.
Absolutely, and what it's doing is it's creating better anglers coming in. All the pressure, all the travel, everything that you have to go through, all the practice days to become an elite angler, they're basically ready. They're ready for the rigors of the elites, and they're very capable.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm hearing that familiar little giggle out of John Garrett now that he's got his 4th.
John and Tyler Williams, those two are having a good day today. Good mental aspect of it.
There's kind of a John Cox feel with Williams. Just kind of goofy, having a good time.
Happy-go-lucky.
You know, happy-go-lucky. I think John wears shoes a little more than Tyler does, but they're in the same headspace, both catching fish. Tyler has the best average fish caught this week. He led the tournament coming into today, and his fish have just been bigger than the rest.
John said that. John said he's been working with some offshore grass, some hydrilla that comes up just off the bottom a little bit, but that 8 to 15 foot grass has yielded a 2-pound average rather than a 1.5-pound average in the backs of the pockets where the grass is also really prevalent. So he said that's what kind of was his deciding factor as Williams hooks up.
Not a drum. Woo-hoo-hoo! 4 more. It wasn't a drum.
He's smiling ear to ear.
What am I doing?
I'm smiling ear to ear right now for him. I'm really happy for him. That's really neat to see that enthusiasm.
Just have to talk to him, that's all. Get him to act right. Have a conversation, then one bites your lure. Sweet. See if I don't drop it this time.
Better than average fish, Ronnie. Again, he's catching a better grade. A jig will do that for you.
I saw the mouth and I'm like, that drum don't have that mouth.
Drum like a jig too, but his bass are starting to turn on a little bit.
My jerk bait, and I was like, I know where he is. Can I get him to bite? And I've done that 100 times this week and it hasn't worked.
He targeted 14 pounds. He's done it twice so far. If he can do it a 3rd time, maybe come away a winner here.
I said, Such, in my prediction before the tournament started, 42 to 45 would probably win the tournament.
Right.
And he's on pace for that.
Yeah.
He's on pace for that with these better quality fish.
He's back in the lead.
3/4 ounce football jig, fishing some structure off the bank, brush piles. You see a lot of these channel swings that brush up against the points, or these more bluff style banks. You talked about this lake, Watts Bar, compared to the other Tennessee River lakes at times. It's a lot steeper, not as many flats. And he's found a place where some structure bumps up against that channel where the current flows through.
For 3 fish, he's got about a 2.5 pound lead.
He's probably found some little flat spots out there on the ends of those swings that those fish are just sitting on, waiting for the current to move or waiting for something to come by them.
They can come up and go out, yeah.
Exactly, just little key flat spots.
They're everywhere. They're just really hard to get the bite.
21 years old, turned 22 next month, or I mean in
Just
November.
Like punched my drag star.
Going out to a little bit of a quieter angler. Similar age range though, Wesley Gore in our top 10 coming in the day in that final spot, 10th place.
He gathered a couple quick fish this morning using finesse tactics. Now he's on the power wagon right now. It's going to be another one of those tense moments, right?
Have to get the board out.
Maybe.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Will he make it? Line burner.
Touches.
Sweet.
He's over halfway home to his limit.
One key thing you'll see some anglers do today is if it touches, that's awesome, it's a keeper. But even if it's bigger than another fish, that may be the first one to go because it is so close to that line. You don't want it to be under when he comes into weigh.
It's got a little more girth
on it. A
little
little tense up, it might shrink. You'd rather have a guaranteed keeper than one that might be a couple ounces bigger, but could cost you losing that fish.
Mark, you may like this guy. Wesley Gore, Clanton, Alabama, 23 years old, says his lists his hobbies as all I do is fish.
How about that? How about that?
He's a Coosa River guy. If you don't know much about Wesley Gore, he's had some teammates over the years named Zeke Gossett. He was one team of the year in college. If you don't normally pick a bad teammate.
But they're really hard to get to bite.
Wesley is a good young angler to bring under his guidance. He's obviously taught him very well, and Wesley is well on his way to maybe making the Elite Series as well. 8th place in points coming into today with just 2 events left.
Well, his former teammate got a check in this event too, so Zeke had a good tournament as well.
Yes.
See, it's the time. I just had to be patient and wait for that morning bite to go by. I think that's a 15-incher. Let me measure it real quick. Looks good to me. Sweet. It's not much, but it all counts. Especially on this body of water. I like how I thought this one was bigger than the last one when I set the hook. Wow. Number 4. You get to use both sides. It doesn't smell that bad anymore. Oh, let's see if we can fill out a limit here.
4th keeper of the day for Tyler Williams, including in this flurry, his biggest of the day. And the day 2 leader who had fallen, not far, but to 2nd place, should now regain the lead with keeper number 4. He is not only in the lead, but now he is threatening with the biggest lead of the tournament we've seen so far. Tyler Williams, Jason Lambert just 2.5 pounds back. John Garrett, another pound or so back. Chase Henley, the local, doing something a little different. He's a couple pounds back as well. Every single fish is going to be key. Greg Bohannon in 5th place. We'll see the whole top 10 on Watts Bar when we come back.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Watts Bar Reservoir is presented by Mercury Marine.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here for the 7th stop of the St. Croix Bassmaster Open season. Watts Bar Reservoir, Kingston, Tennessee. We will be Bassmaster Live in it once more next weekend, Sunday at Lake of the Ozarks. We will have the 8th stop of the season, and then the 2nd week of October, we will wrap up the semi-pro tournament series race for the Bassmaster Tournament Trail. As we look at our leaderboard, last couple minutes of action, there's an adjustment in the leaderboard. Tyler Williams takes the lead and then adds another fish to it. He is now well within 4 pounds above 2nd place. Williams, the day 2 leader, is finally finding an offshore spot that has produced for him. And after falling down the leaderboard just a little bit earlier this morning, Mark Menendez, Tyler Williams is the Mercury move of the day, regaining his spot on the top.
I don't think he ever got nervous, Ronnie. I think he's playing his game, he's playing his strengths, he loves to fish that jig, and he's finally got these fish to where maybe it's just the fish that are ready to move. They're ready for a little breakfast, moving up there to bite. Caught a couple of quick ones here in the last little bit. I look to see him catch several more. He's catching a better grade of fish than the average fish that's being caught in this event, and that has just led him right to the top of the mountain.
Tyler Williams with his 2 best fish of the day so far, coming with the last 2 hook sets, a 3-pounder and another 2+ pounder. Those are key bites this week. And for the leader, who had a little bit of an edge, it was close in the top 2, but from 3rd place down, it was a significant 3 or 4 pound deficit for those guys they had to make up. And so Williams is maintaining and now expanding his lead. Meanwhile, Trey McKinney, the guy who came in 2nd place, the closest to Williams, doing a similar program, still yet to get on the board.
That was a 3-pounder, bro. That was a good one.
He started 15 ounces back of Williams, Ronnie. Next guy, JT Tompkins, was
I knew it. I told you it was a
3 pounds
cast.
back.
It's interesting on that last graphic, our leaders are all at the lower end of the lake right now. You've got Williams, Lambert, and Garrett down there on that lower end. Is the lower end going to turn on here in a little bit? I don't know.
Oh, that's a big brown. It's a big brown. Maybe.
It's got to be 18, though.
I don't know if he'll go or not. I don't think he will. Let's see. That's a good one on the old fluke. What y'all think? You think he's gonna go? I don't think so.
Pretty long.
He's getting
Those
shorter.
long tip tails.
He's getting shorter. Oh. That hurts.
Oh.
Still a good one though. Oh, they're so fun. Like I said, it just depends how many down there. I just think it's a way that not everybody else is doing it, which I like. Like I said, that one was a good one, man. But some days you win, some days you don't. Did you get to see him jump on camera? I figured so.
Mark, it hurts your feelings a little more when you have to throw back a keeper or throw back a fish that's not a keeper when it's almost 18 instead of almost 15. That's a good one if it was a largemouth.
Especially when it's the biggest fish you've caught all day.
Yeah.
And it still doesn't count. It is a heartbreaker. It's an interesting twist to this event. The better fish of the tournament have been smallmouth. Those anglers getting 4 keeper largemouth and getting a good smallmouth in there gets them a 10, 11, 12 pound bag. We have not seen that smallmouth bite happen today. We've not seen a keeper smallmouth today.
Going out with Greg Bohannon, started the day in 5th place, still currently right there.
He's left his little behind the island spot there and just venturing out more. I would guess to say that's probably it over his left shoulder. He's just moving around in that area.
Oh, it's going to be close.
Bobby Lane swinging in one at the top right.
Close. Going to be close.
Front hook.
I think, oh, I got a bent hook. I'm glad I caught him. Okay. All right. There you go, dog. Slowly, but surely. So we've missed one good one, but the rest it's just been a grind today. But that's the way Watts Bar fishes, man. It's just a grind. I have done my share of catching trees. I'm gonna put a little edge on these hooks real quick just to know, because I really do believe we're gonna get a couple of more. And all we're doing is fishing today. Like I said, I flipped that Berkeley Pit Boss the first day and threw that Swamp Lord around. When that sun's out and that shade gets going, man, that's the deal. But when you get conditions like this, pick something up moving. That's the one that was bent. Oh yeah. Okay, I told you we were gonna get one right here somewhere. What would be nice is if number 2 was right here. I just can't resist it.
Anytime an angler catches a fish, one of the best things you can do is make that exact same presentation again. These fish travel in little wolf packs. They travel together. You will be rewarded over the year with extra fish.
If you get around
making that
one up
presentation
shallow,
John Garrett, bottom right.
Oh.
Yep, there we go.
Limit fish.
That's a heavy one there. Come on, scale. There it goes. Yep, that's a big one for here. Number 5. Man, why is it not saving them?
John was the 2016 College Classic Bracket champion. Was able to qualify and fish that on his home lake at Kentucky Lake and absolutely dominated the bracket when it got to it. And John Garrett, you take a look at his morning from earlier today, starting with the top water. He really said, though, Mark, his routine, his game plan really surrounded the 8 to 14 foot hydrilla clumps that he had, throwing a bigger worm, but we also saw him with the low light conditions adjust and throw a plug, a moving crankbait this morning.
In his element, deeper water, familiar with structure fishing, knows what baits to rotate through to make these fish bite.
John Garrett been so close to qualifying for the Bassmaster Elite Series a few times. He also had a shot to win a Bassmaster Open and make the Classic, but had a culling penalty that resulted in him falling just a little bit and finishing second place over on the Arkansas River a few years ago. John Garrett, one of the names that we've kept our eye on for the Opens the last few years, and he has come through Such in second place in points. Really had a fantastic year. The only tournament that he didn't make a check-in so far, he got 60th at the St. Lawrence. It's the only tournament he played it safe. There's 100+ miles of water to do at the St. Lawrence. He didn't want to risk it, wanted to play it safe and get points. It was his worst tournament of the year. He said, I need to just get back on my program and fish for the win.
Yeah. He's in a 3-man race for the St. Croix Bassmaster Open's Angler of the Year, $10,000.
At the
JT.
tallest. There's real pretty green stuff on the main river. Just enough to hide a few. I don't want it real tall. I don't feel like they're in that real tall stuff right now.
JT Compkin is leading that Angler of the Year race. 21 points ahead of John Garrett. Trey McKinney's right behind him, about 52 behind Tompkins.
Starting to see a little separation in that top.
Those three are really Kenta Kimura, who's already an Elite Series angler.
So he won't affect the qualification, yeah.
Right, they'll move down to Robert G. with the 1,176 points, so he's a good 70 behind the third place angler.
He's another one who'll keep an eye on the Florida Gators and the University of Tennessee today, because even though Bobby Lane's rooting for Florida, Robert G. fished for the University of Tennessee in college just a few years ago. He's another one who's, like you said, kept his name in the top 10 of the points all year long.
Let me know if they go live or anything, want me to talk, okay? They should tell you, shouldn't they?
We got some Bassmaster Trivia Opens edition. What are the total Bass Pro event payouts in 2023?
I'm talking Elite, AOI,
Classic.
Opens,
okay.
Classic.
A, 7.8 million, B, 9.8 million, C, 10.8 million, or D, 11.32 million. Mark Menendez, we always put our guests on the spot just so we have some clues.
I knew that was
as
coming.
an angler, you guys look at the payouts more than anyone. What do you think the total B.A.S.S payout is this year?
Well, it's an awesome payout any way it goes. Doggone, I'm going to say D, just because I'm a little bit greedy as a fisherman, and Bass has paid us well over the years, so I'm going to say D.
D is the one outlier that's different than the rest, you know, the 0.8 at the end of them, but I'm going to go C, 10.8, just to be different. Ooh.
Mark Menendez had it right. $1 million for the Classic, almost $7 million in the Elite Series. The Opens are $2.8 million.
You didn't factor the Classic in there,
AOI gives
Ronnie.
out about 600,000.
Yeah.
600,000.
It's a great payout, great place to fish. Great workspace for me. I love to go to work every day.
I can't wait to get the texts when we talk about payouts. So thank you, Such, for throwing that trivia in there, because I'll forward all the texts that I get to you, bud.
Oh, gee,
thank you.
thanks.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
Gonna make my life great today. Tyler Williams trying to make his life great. Take home a win today. He would go to the Bassmaster Classic, and he would improve his odds of sneaking in that top 10 to make the Elite Series for 2024. He's currently in the lead by now a 4-pound margin over Jason Lambert and John Garrett. We'll be back with more fishing from Watts Bar in East Tennessee. Tomorrow on Fox, the new era for the Packers continues as Jordan Love leads the Packers against the Falcons, or Christian McCaffrey and the Niners battle Matthew Stafford and the Rams, or other regional action. Check local listings for the game in your area, only on Fox and the Fox Sports app. After working on a Saturday, guys, I think I'm going to plop down and watch some football tomorrow as well. I'm not going to tune into my favorite team because they're not really good this year, so we'll just keep an eye on all the other games going on.
That's good, Ronnie. I'm going fishing tomorrow.
Good.
You do that.
Good. You see a definitive split there. 5 anglers near takeoff and above in the river. 5 anglers down below towards the dam portion of Watts Bar. Probably about 40 miles, give or take, was pictured on that map right there. A little bit more going to the north, unpictured.
I just find it really interesting that the lower end of the lake is where we're finding all of our leaders. I thought it would have been a little bit more spread out than that.
Oh, he's gone. Spotted bass. Now, most lakes, a 12-inch spotted bass is a keeper, but not here. Not here. He gets to swim another day.
I've never fished Watts Bar before, but I think it's got a really good population of fish. We're kind of here in a transition time, and September is kind of tough, but I think it's a good fishery. There seem to be lots of 12 to 14 inch fish.
Figures I just had one bust its butt.
Mark, you said you're enjoying this to size up your potential new competition next year. How do you size up next year's schedule? Starting off at Toledo Bend and going to Lake Fork, starting off in Texas, and then going to Florida for a couple of Harris Chain, St. John's River.
I really like the schedule, Such. I really like that the Florida tournaments are a little bit later. That takes weather out of play. A big monster front that just kills Florida fishing.
Right.
We're probably not going to get that. The 2 Texas tournaments to get started with, they're on historic lakes, and those could just be barn burner fish catching events, particularly big fish. So the first 4 tournaments of the season, we're really going to have that fish catching in gear, because we're going to have to catch a lot of fish to be up in the standings. So I always like it when we go to lakes in which we've got big fish available to us in numbers of fish. Grinder events are great. Grinder events separate you in the tournament standings, but it's always great to get started with a big bunch of fish.
Mark, you've fished 271 B.A.S.S events on your tournament tally. Do you still find value in pre-practice when you've been to a lot of these places, some of these legendary places? Does history from the 80s and 90s clutter the judgment of the 2020s as these lakes change and evolve?
It certainly does, and you have to be cognizant of that, Ronnie. You have to be aware that things have changed. I don't get as much pre-fish time as I used to, but I'm going to make time for that here in the upcoming tournaments. Going to go look at a couple of those Texas lakes, and I'll probably go look at a couple of the Florida lakes too. So, wanting to get off to a good start is always is paramount in this. So yes, the practice is where you differentiate yourself from the rest of the field.
I don't think we need to go in here, but
May not be the biggest barn burner event that we have seen in Bassmaster Open's history, but watching Watts Bar in the fall, you see a little bit different dynamic and looks. And throughout the highlights from this morning, you'll be able to see various amounts of techniques and strategies, down lake, up lake, offshore, and shallow. Starting it off with our day 2 leader, Tyler Williams, who has reassumed his lead. There's been a lot of different things happening this morning, Mark Menendez. Absolutely. Tyler's out here fishing a jig. He's catching that better grade of fish that a jig usually catches, but he's not going through the numbers like our shallow water fishermen are. Getting a few bites with that jig, and I think he's riding that pony all the way to the end.
Barefoot Bandit could steal one here.
We got to see his keeper number 3 and 4, his biggest of the day so far. Meanwhile, we go over to John Garrett, who had kind of, I said, what are you going to be using tomorrow? He said, a worm and a worm. And that was for his offshore spots, but he did switch it up through a little top water, through a crankbait on some stuff earlier when it was completely low light. As that sun rose a little bit more and started to peek through the clouds, he went to his offshore grass, and that's where he picked up the Strike King Mag Cutter worm, and that's what he's been employing ever since then. Catching a few better fish out there in a little bit deeper water, and doggone, he's just one good fish away from this right now. Meanwhile, the guy who got off to the hottest start this morning, Jason Lambert, went from 9th place out of our top 10. This can show you how tight it was. 9th place, and after just 3 keepers, he assumed the lead and had it for most of the morning until Tyler Williams was able to put keepers number 3 and 4 in the boat. He started quick in the same area, working that area over and over and over, and managed to manufacture a limit here over some time. He's in the mix, Ronnie. He's in the mix.
Got 9.5 pounds a second, biggest of the day to John Garrett's 9.14.
And Lambert really needs a 4 to 5 pounder if he wants to make that jump. Not only was he in 9th, but the weight differential being 4 to 5 pounds, 4 to 6 pounds behind Tyler Williams. Tyler has done his job this morning. Jason needs to do a little bit of work this afternoon when that bite window goes off. And not just quantity, he needs a little quality. As we look at our leaderboard, and now Jason has fallen farther than he's been all morning, other than his initial starting spot in 9th. He has fallen down to 3rd because John Garrett has caught another fish to put himself into second place. Our top 5 right now: Tyler Williams, John Garrett, Jason Lambert, JT Tompkins, and local angler Chase Henley, looking to ruin the party for the rest of them. That's your top 5. We'll be right back. The St. Croix Opens at Watts Bar.
Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Watts Bar Reservoir is presented by Mercury Marine and by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
Bassmaster Live still rolling along on Fox Sports 1 here this morning as we have the top 10, and you see how they lay out on the map for this 50 to 65 mile playing field. About 45 miles of that is pictured on your screen right there. 5 of them towards the south end of the lake, 5 of them north of takeoff. As you take a look at, see Bobby Lane, Chase Henley, Greg Bohannon, Ish Monroe, and JT Tompkins, former Opens champion from last year at the Chesapeake Bay, made a huge comeback on that final day, and he is your points leader for the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens this year.
Oh my gosh. Boom! Let's go! That's a Watts Bar giant right there.
That one changes the complexion of things,
dude.
Ronnie.
You need to get online and buy you some of them suckers. Oh crap, I'm so sorry. I tried to change my hand position and he freaked. Look at that. Let's go, son.
Best fish of the day, Such.
A lot of fishing left today, too, Mark.
There sure is. There sure is.
This isn't even when the bite window fired up in the afternoon.
Need to come back one time. Need a few more like that. We can do it one more time.
4 fish, 10.5 pounds. He's up to second place. Biggest
Grab
bag
you
so
some
far of the day.
Strike King rage bugs and some outcast tackle, and that's all you need in bass fishing. I'm shaking. Woo! We'll just say 4.
There's no speculation on if that's a good one or not. Don't have to measure that one, Mark Menendez. We just get to wonder how big it could be. A fall, skinnier fish, but by far the biggest one we've seen today.
That fish has a good set of shoulders on him, and looking there and over his shoulder there, Ronnie, you can see kind of a dark line right there. That fish came from some grass, most likely, right on the edge of that corner. Is the water starting to move? Is that a current break there? What is that? But that is the one that that an angler really needs. Here he is again, back on live.
Day's been pretty good. We've had a few missed opportunities, but you know, we made up for it with one good one. But I think that made up our deficit. If we can just think, I might have just figured out a little deal. We'll have to, it's just going to take some time to figure it out because we're not getting a ton of bites. But I think if I can get around the right ones, we can possibly do something. And but yeah, right now I'm just throwing an outcast tackle juice jig. I'm throwing a PBJ, and then I'm putting a Strike King rage bug on the back of it. And that's like one of my go-to baits just in bass fishing in general, because it's so versatile. It's like a four-wheeler for jigs. I mean, it's like it'll go through any cover. I can drag it on rock out deep. I can throw it up shallow and cover. They got a lot of different sizes, a lot of different colors, and it's just a really big confidence bait. So I knew if I was going to win the day, my buddy, he's on a really good deal and he's leading the tournament. So I knew for me to go out here and have a shot to win, I'd have to do something completely different and get in my comfort zone, which is I really do like fishing shallow. And I really do like, running up rivers and stuff and, flipping pieces of isolated cover. So that's what we're going to do today and see if we can't, we get another bite like that and then we get some good ones to go with it. If he slips up, we'll definitely have a really good shot at, slipping up in there. And I'd love to get back to that classic this year. And when it comes to bass fishing, I don't think there's any higher tournament than there is the Bassmaster Classic. I fished there this year, and it was the most spectacular experience of my life, and I got to get back there as soon as possible. And you know, right now this is the easiest, not the easiest, but right now this is the best route for me to get back there, and hopefully we can put a couple bass in the boat and get it done. But we get another good one. I got some big old swim baits up here that, you know, I was here in pre-practice and got some really good bites doing it, but I really need to get a comfortable weight before I go do it. So we'll see. I'm super excited to get this day going though.
Really look forward to what the rest of today, we still have half the day, brings, but also next week. You can join us on Fox Sports 1 Sunday morning, Championship Sunday for the Opens. Everything's bumped back one day because of these back-to-back. Lake of the Ozarks, a very big playing field, a lot of boat traffic that is recreational folks, but also a lot of boat docks. This is one place that has been fishing very well. Largemouth, there's other species in there as well, but it should be dominated largemouth-wise. And Mark, this is a great place.
It's a great place to fish, Ronnie. It could be one at any end of the lake, the lower end, the upper end. But I'm telling you what, you're going to see better numbers, better weights, because it is full of 4.5 to 5 pound fish.
When you fish in the fall, a lot of places are tough, but if you come to the Arkansas, Missouri, Oklahoma area, the Ozarks, normally you can find enough water and it can fish well for Lake of the Ozarks. So I'm excited to bring you live there. We'll have Mr. Greg Hackney in studio, filling your role. Mark, I wish we could have you on back-to-back weeks, but I don't want to take up too much of your off season. Welcome into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon. Ronnie Moore here with Mark Menendez and Mike Sucon. Mark, expectations of the day. You have preconceived notions of what we'd see on live. We've seen a lot of different things. What is your biggest takeaway?
Well, the biggest takeaway is how much that big fish is going to matter. That 4 pound plus fish is going to be huge. If someone can slip up there and find another one, Ronnie, another 4 pounder that's in the top, it's a whole different ball game. Current is going to come in here to play here in a little bit. I think you're going to see a bite window open up in this last couple of hours of the tournament to see the determination of it.
And Such, normally we have a big lead from 1st to 10th, but with it being the fall, with it being uncertain for limits and for maybe a kicker fish, we're seeing somebody like JT Tompkins really make a move. We could see somebody like Jason Lambert, who was in 9th, come up and win.
Yeah, there's so much fishing left, Ronnie. These guys in the afternoon who've caught some of the bigger fish. Ishmael Rowe with a 5.2 yesterday. He can rise up too. You get two of those and get over 15, 16 pounds, you're back in the ballgame.
Absolutely. It's been a great day of Bassmaster Live here, a great week at Watts Bar. Tough, interesting, never can settle in and enjoy what you're doing. You always know there's got to be an adjustment to be made. Just a few minutes ago, JT Tompkins found himself around 5th place, a good margin behind now with a couple key fish, especially the biggest one of the day so far. He is just a 1.5 pounds or so behind Tyler Williams. Up to 2nd place for JT Tompkins. We now know, hey, he is a closer on the final day of these Opens. He did it last year in the fall. He's trying to do it once again. Tyler Williams, your leader, a star-studded top 10. We will see you in a few minutes on Bassmaster.com. We hope to see you there, and we'll see you next week on Fox Sports 1 from Lake of the Ozarks.
No way! Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Watts Bar Reservoir is presented by Mercury Marine.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here on Bassmaster.com. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Watts Bar Reservoir, the 7th stop out of 9 for the 2023 Open Series. Excited to bring you live coverage here on Championship Saturday. A stacked top 10 field we have today. Tyler Williams, your day 2 leader, still holding the top spot. JT Tompkins, John Garrett, those two guys are neck and neck in this tournament and in the points race so far this year. Jason Lambert jumped out to the lead earlier today. He has fallen back to 4th. Chase Henley holding down 5th as the local angler from Tennessee. Bobby Lane, Trey McKinney, Wesley Gore, so many others, Ishmael Rowe, all in our top 10. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Ronnie Moore. That's Mark Menendez and Mike Sukan. Mark Menendez looking at a star-studded top 10. Halfway through the day, we've seen some changes. Lambert jumps out to the lead early, takes a little bit, but Williams gets a couple fish in the boat. Then we start seeing Garrett gain some momentum. Tompkins catch a big one. Really some things changing, but this is the time of the day where the next big bite window has opened up.
It certainly has, and that all has to do with the current, Ronnie. It is the current just positions those fish where the anglers can get to them, make those perfect presentations, and get them into the boat. So I look for some key catches here in the next couple of hours with that current starting to roll. It's about time for a smallmouth to show up. We've not seen one of those yet, and that 18-inch fish is definitely a kicker in this event.
Yeah, it will be a game changer. We normally see those close to keepers be a 15-inch largemouth, but if you catch a close to keeper smallmouth, that's an 18-incher. That could be a good one. Such, looking at a couple of our guys in the top 10 this week, also fighting it out for Angler of the Year. Normally on the final day, they fish free, because you can't drop past 10th, but every single point for JT Tompkins, John Garrett, and Trey McKinney will be important.
It's wide open right now. We've got 3 guys with limits, nobody over 11 pounds. You know, even Ish Monroe's 13.6 back, and he had that yesterday. So it's anybody's ball game. It's wide open this afternoon. Somebody catches some big fish, they can climb over and win.
We will see if upriver plays and wins this afternoon or if down lake, because this is the way our map sets up. When we look at how Watts Bar lays out, Takeoff is wedged right behind JT Tompkins, Greg Bohannon, Bobby Lane right there. But looking at the top 10, 5 of them are from Takeoff upriver, and then 5 made it to mid-lake / down towards the dam, and that's where those guys have been operating. You can see some of the names. Gore has had his moments. John Garrett, Jason Lambert, and Tyler Williams, those guys being some of the front runners today. And it started early for Jason Lambert. We always wonder, will someone from 8th, 9th, or 10th make a run at the win? 9th place Jason Lambert coming in with a quick 3 fish this morning, and he was our unofficial leader for a while.
Oh, yeah. Started fast, started smart, has stayed in one area until recently, Ronnie, making repetitive casts over that submergent grass, looking for that quality bite. He got a good one to get started and ran right to the top.
One big thing Jason Lambert said, milfoil and hydrilla have been the key for him. You'll see me this afternoon, now that I have a limit, run around and change the background. You're going to see the background of my picture change frequently, but what I'm fishing is the same, and that would be that grass, that submergent grass with a bladed jig. Maybe some other baits get mixed in. We look at John Garrett. He had really a 1 bullet in his arsenal, and that was a worm offshore and some grass. But with the cloudy conditions today, Mark Menendez switched it up with a buzzbait. Then he also mixed in a crankbait to catch a few fish.
He did. John is such a clever young man, clever angler, always stays on top of the conditions. But when the light penetration got a little bit better, he backed out there where he'd been catching them on that big cutter worm, and he started landing better quality fish.
John Garrett, one who has been to the Bassmaster Classic before. He is the 2016 College Classic Bracket Champion. He fished Lake Conroe. He has been within a bite and a mental error of another Classic opportunity. Mark Menendez, you know him very well. He's been so close to qualifying for the elites, and it could be his time this year.
I think it is his time. I really do.
JT Tompkins, we saw him in the Bassmaster Classic for 2023 after winning an Open last year at the Chesapeake Bay, looking to do the same today. Really had an X-factor fish. He caught a couple okay fish, started the day in 3rd place, but really when this next bite came in the boat right here, this was when he said, uh-oh, I can maybe win this deal. Now I have my big one.
These are game changers. Fish like this, quality fish, big shouldered fish. We're not seeing that grade of fish much in this event, but if he can get one more of those, you never know.
He is in that Angler of the Year race as the leader. Speaking of leaders, for this event, Tyler Williams from Maine leading the race. He had about a 1 pound lead over 2nd place, but Such, he had a hefty 3 to 4 pound lead over the top 3 or 4 anglers. So he had 1 close pursuer. Most of the people he had a good weight on. He may be able to hold out the rest of the field via that lead.
Yeah, McKinney was only 15 ounces back. The rest of the field more than 4 pounds back of him. So he had a head start.
You think he's on a good track now, Mark, after catching this number 3 and then catching number 4? All solid fish now for Tyler Williams. What's he got to do if he catches the limit fish to kind of put this thing away, or is it going to still be in jeopardy?
Well, I tell you what, I think the young man is a pretty steady Eddie kind of guy. He's excited. You can tell he's really enjoying the fishing, but he's not getting out of bounds. He's not, well, I've got to run and do this. I got to go throw a chatterbait. I got to go do this. He's sticking with his game plan, and he has had the best grade of fish of any of the competitors all week.
Oh, it's a chonker too.
If you didn't know he was from Maine, now you do. Look at the belly on that one.
Holy, he's got a tail sticking out of his mouth. It's crazy.
Flip it towards me just a bit.
Like,
There you go, right there.
Looking good there. Try to get a little bit of match
That's
the
cool.
hatch. Check out the forage.
I think that's why I've had bigger weight though, is because a lot of fish I've caught have been built like this. Compared to these skinny fish, it's just a grind to catch them. Why is fishing so stressful? It's so fun, but so scary. Stop, 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 stop.
Mark, you got a couple different factors. You've got grass, you have wood, you have rock. You also have current flow, but also different types of forage.
You messed up my skin.
Watts Bar has a great recipe with water clarity, grass, and some big gizzard shad to really maybe grow some giants in the coming years.
Well, I think we're going to see that. We've got plenty of those fish in the undersize of under 15 inches, those 14 and a half, 15 inches. Those are going to be good spawners, going to put more fish back into the system. The grass recruits more fish to that keeper size. So with the habitat change in Watts Bar, where we've got more grass than we have, with good numbers of fish, I think the future bodes well for this Tennessee River impoundment.
That's number 5 for him. He's at 10 pounds even. 3-pound, 11-ounce lead.
All right,
over.
now let's catch a 5-pounder. Got that out of the way. You know, things got serious because of how quiet it got. It was serious.
That fifth one is always hard to put in the boat.
And I popped it, and I watched 2 dots just go, boom. And my line stopped too. I was like, that's good. That's always good. Usually you miss them on the first hook set though, and sometimes I'll get on the second one, but apparently not him. Yeah, those shad like that are what ended up in my live well. Like, that's what was this morning.
Makes sense why he said one side of my live well no longer smells bad. I guess it's worn off after the bait fish, you know, laid in there all night.
Giving himself a chance in the EQ points. Started 28th. First place points put him up to 17th.
Still a shot for the Elite Series bid. Meanwhile, another guy in the race. Now he's in the long haul for the Elite Series. A guy from Alabama who would love to maybe fish a Lake Wheeler, Smith Lake next year. Wouldn't mind doing that. Wesley Gore, 8th place currently in the Bassmaster EQ race.
Took my weight off. I'll get rid of that one. Watts Bar bass, baby. There was like 5 in that fall. For sure keeper. All right, we got to make a quality decision here. Let me put him right here right now. Not a big hole by any means. All right, that's
To show your catch and try to put you on live, just so you know.
all right. Wesley Gore, a former college angler from the University of Montevallo. Great high school angler back in the day as well. Always interesting now that we have so many feeder systems, Mark. You probably noticed this. Anytime someone comes across the Bassmaster stage, you can take note of their performance, seeing them do it at different levels, high school, college, and now in the Opens. Wesley Gore's proven he could be for real, especially maybe be an elite rookie next year.
Well, these young guys have proven that they're great fishermen, as 40% of the Bassmaster Elite Series are former college and high school anglers.
You agree?
Yeah.
Mouth pinned. I mean, he's actually got.
Looks like that'll be his smallest fish that he could get rid of when it is time. Meanwhile, we go back out with Tyler Williams, who just got his limit a couple minutes ago. Looking to upgrade now from his 10-pound bag.
Ooh. That was scary. What if it was a big one? Stop, stop. I don't think that helps. I'd assume he's 15.
Yeah, that's the scary thing. He could weigh heavier than his smallest, but be shorter.
We're good. He's smaller than my small one. I was not looking forward to that. I am going to change jigs.
Feels like his hook point may be a little bit dull. I'm just going to go ahead and change jigs. Very smart maneuver from a young man.
Break it off.
We don't have a lot of bass pros from Maine, do we, Mr. Menendez?
Haven't seen many. I remember fishing with a couple way back in the days in the Opens, and it's been a while since they've produced a top-notch angler there. You know, Tyler, being from Maine, he's not at any disadvantage. The bogs and ponds that he fishes at home are very reminiscent and giving him a broad spectrum to fish on the Bassmaster Elite or Bassmaster Open Tour.
Said one key thing was structure fishing. You're used to fishing, you know, offshore, just targets. So coming to places like the Tennessee River, maybe Eufaula, Oklahoma, getting on things like that are key. But then when you go to the St. Lawrence River, where some of those fish are on targets, but also pelagic, that's kind of where he actually had a big stub of his toe.
There's a keeper. A little bit different.
There's a good one. There's a good one. There's a good one. Yes, sir. Woo! Got calm out here. Had to switch over to the old Strike King worm. Woo. Worm. That's a good one there. That's what they're supposed to look like. All right. Number 3. Yes.
That's a very familiar looking worm there, Ronnie Moore. Very familiar looking worm. That Strike King cutter worm is a fantastic worm. It's a bigger than average worm, a little bit chunkier.
Yes.
Gets you a little bit better profile, and Greg Bohannon and John Garrett have both capitalized on that worm.
3. Yeah. Pretty sure, yeah.
Wonder what I love about the fall, Mark. You see some buzzbait fish. You see some worm fish. I didn't know anglers carried worms that weren't 3.5 inches long and nose hooked on a drop shot. It's good to see we still have old school worms going. You see a couple guys with football jigs as well.
It is, you know.
Bladed jig bite, big time.
You know, you have to be versatile. You have to carry all this stuff in the fall because you don't know what conditions you're going to be meeting when you get on the lake day to day. They fished in high skies the last couple of days, and now we're in overcast skies. And doggone it, it slowed things down. I thought it might have helped, but it's actually slowed the catching down. But we're getting ready to see. I'm still holding on for
a week or two, and these lakes
couple of weeks. Couple of weeks, a little bit of drop in water temperature, some cool nights, maybe a good crisp rain, and it'll be pumpkin time real quick.
You can see the adjustments needed to be made. Bohannon has caught all of his fish this week on a buzzbait and a thunder cricket. He's been using that around various heights of grass, but definitely more in the shallower range. And now today we see the adjustment, picking up a worm. He's not had the best day, falling down the leaderboard from his 5th place standing, but it's still so close. He's even worked in a different topwater there with a plopping style bait. So Bohannon's definitely a day of adjustments.
And he's back into that little confidence area where he spent a lot of his tournament, it looks like. He knows there's some good fish there, and they may be tired of reaction baits too. He's put a lot of pressure on there, been other anglers in that area. So this slower presentation, if you notice, Ronnie, he's not working that worm in a specific style. He's still reeling that worm. That big cutter worm tail with that rage flange is like throwing a spinnerbait. It's got a thump to it that is just like a spinnerbait. And that is just a different look that these fish may not have seen this week.
Bohannon fell down to 9th place with that 3-pounder. Just by ounces, maybe even a single ounce, will move back into 5th place. That's how close at one bite you can jump 4 or 5 spots today so far. Until you get to that 1st to 2nd place gap, that's where there's a little bit of a weight difference there.
If you notice in front of his boat, Ronnie, I'm seeing a lot of surface activity. I don't know if that's individual fish moving or that's a little bit of shad activity there, but there's a little more activity in that area than there has been all day long.
Where he is on Watts Bar kind of reminds me about if you took a left out of Chickamauga and went up just a little bit, got some islands, breaks up the main river drag a little bit, you got some sloughs, some little cuts that you can hop in, or you can get out offshore on a ledge or something. But when the water does start to move, even just a hair, it'll affect this area much more drastically than the main lake where it opens up bigger and it's not as narrow and windy.
It'll just position those fish. He'll know where those fish are looking. He can take his cast upstream, bring that worm back downstream, and he'll look for individual heads of grass at that point, just like you would be fishing stumps or pieces of timber. If that current finally does start to move, which I really think it's going to, we're going to see a whole different lake. We're going to see a lot of bites in a short period of time.
This, I've been throwing a buzzbait for like 2.5 hours.
Really good with it. You can actually make it go underneath the cover by working it harder one direction than the other. But I haven't. I'm not that. It's a slow, well, depending on what you put on it. Like if you take the hooks off, it floats. But it depends on what kind of hooks. Did you see that? Come back. That's a small one. Another 17.5 incher. Hey, that's how it goes. I mean, they like it a lot. It's a ton of fun. I enjoy throwing it. And he's got it good too. But
there's your brown one.
Starting
it's like
to play.
deja vu from the Classic this year. I had to throw back so many 17-inch smallmouth in the Classic.
That'll be close.
I think I had 3 or 4 a day.
It's a little stubby.
But I know he doesn't measure, but I just want to check him just for fun.
It's not just for fun. It's a matter of survival.
Yeah.
He's trying to pull a fast one on us. But these smallmouth do have quite long tips on their tails.
Well, his mouth was on there. Yeah, he's basically a 17-incher. Close to it. I mean, solid fish.
Little spray paint and a Sharpie make him green.
Yeah.
He'd be okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not an easy number to reach with smallmouth, or with anything, period. But that's why the weights don't look so good here. I'm sure a lot of people had to throw back a lot of fish this week that you'd be able to keep at a lot of other places if I could not get this thing hung up. Gosh dang, that's a good spot too.
I would not be pulling, come on now. We know how much glide baits cost these days. I know he's rolling along
Every time
in
I
the
catch a
opens
fish, I
this
get all
wind.
antsy and then I make a bad cast.
That is a big deal, and also here via Tennessee regulations, if there is a fish that would be a multi-breed, a smallmouth, largemouth, aka a mean mouth, that fish has to identify with the smallmouth regulations, and so 3 more inches for the minimum length. That does hurt a lot of limit percentages and a lot of those filler fish that you may have. Plus, instead of 12 or 14 inches for spots and largemouth, it's 15 across the board for those two. So a little stricter, but hopefully that is the recipe to growing big ones, having bigger size limits, letting these smaller ones get up in that age.
You heard guys say they caught 30, 40 fish a day.
Yeah.
All shorts. Most all shorts.
I'm guessing it's because I couldn't spray. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Get in here. Get in here. Get it? That's number 2. Oh. Hold on. Hang on. Bad show camera. There we go. Not a bag keeper. That is number 2. He liked the old baby structure jig. He liked it.
Hey, Trey is one of the last ones other than Ish Monroe to catch a keeper today. This is number 2 for him. Can't count him out. Like Such was saying, only 15 pounds bag for Ish Monroe. Well, with that fish, Trey McKinney, he just needs about an 11-pound bag to be able to win because he was only a pound back to start the closest pursuer. He is now up to 5th place, and you see the weights, 32.14, 33.12, 34.10. A pound upgrade here and there, and you can find yourself in contention. Everyone has been, since yesterday, chasing Tyler Williams. He is your leader, and after filling his limit, he's got a 4-pound lead roughly over JT Tompkins. JT getting around some smallmouth. Maybe we'll see some coals when we come back.
Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Watts Bar Reservoir is presented by Mercury Marine and by Humminbird. Mercury. Nitro Boats. And by Bass Pro Shops.
Bassmaster Live returns here at Watts Bar Reservoir. You're looking at our top 10 and how they're dispersed on the map throughout the day. I'll say some guys have moved around and jumped around some spots, but for the most part, 5 have stayed up in the river, 5 have stayed down lake. Within those regions, they have changed positions, but they've stuck to their game plan for sure. And a guy who's gone farther upriver on the main drag of Watts Bar than anyone else, Ish Monroe. Slow day so far for him. He walked us through his game plan perfectly. He's been utilizing a couple different types of topwaters, really fishing his style. He knows there's a couple windows he's got to capitalize on.
Got it. Good one. That's a good one. That's a good, real good one. Stay pegged, baby. Stay pegged. Yes. That's a good one. Well, let's start. There we go. That's what we came up here for. We just need to get some more bites. That was not me right there. That was somebody else, and lost him. Let's get him in the live well. Keep it going. Maybe they're gonna start biting real quick. Let's fill.
Even though that's Ish's first fish of the day, 15 minutes is all he'll need around that kind of quality. I don't even think he engaged his reel on that one, Zeus. Landed right on top of that fish, and the fish just creamed it.
At 15.8 yesterday, jumped from 74th into our top 10 at 7th. He maybe lamenting that day one 8.7.
15 pounds a day, and he'll be right where he needs to be.
His day one Such was kind of hurt because he weighed one or tried to weigh one in that was right at the line burner. It ended up being under, so he lost that fish and a pound. You add 2.5 pounds to his total, he'd be up in 3rd or 4th instead of 7th place coming into today. Definitely within a realm. He knows he needs to duplicate what he did yesterday, if not do more to make up that weight.
He's got our Phoenix Boats Big Bass, a 5-pound, 2-ounce yesterday. 1/3 of his weight almost.
Well, with the way Watts Bar's playing, I'd say he could be in good shape on winning that award.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, number 4. Don't throw my worm off. Yes, thank you, Lord. I knew it would come back on this flat. It was going to get good before the day was over. Got a little salad in it. Oh yeah, that's an easy 16-incher there. Yes, number 4.
Greg picking up a little momentum here.
Thank you, Lord.
Get to that limit fish.
Whew.
If it could be a good
conditions,
one.
That worm showing out. There. When it gets slick like this, you just can't. I just don't want to eat that.
moving stuff in here is good. This is just subtle enough. Great action on that tail.
There are significant bite windows where conditions change or time of day feeding patterns, but when they're not biting, they're biting somewhere, somehow. And for Bohannon to pull out a worm that he hasn't really utilized this week to catch some is a good thing.
That's experience, Ronnie. He didn't crank up that outboard. He didn't start running from one end to the other. He's hunkered down in one area where he's got a lot of confidence, knows there's a quantity of fish there, and it's his job to figure out what they'll bite.
You see a lot of guys waste a lot of time
going there with
thinking,
it would be business.
I got to run, I got to move to this other spot.
I have a feeling there's one that
You know,
lives.
some people do a milk run, I get it. That have,
And this, I mean,
You know, sometimes you just feel like you need to leave where you've been just to get a fresh perspective on things. You feel like you need to catch another fish, do whatever you got to do, but generally staying hunkered in that area. If it's a big area, just move around in that area. That fish bit it when he started it back to the boat.
Wow, I thought that was going to be a lot bigger than it actually was.
Tyler has been steady Eddie today.
And he had plenty of opportunities to spin out. Took him an hour and a half, 2 hours to get a bite. But when he catches one, it seemed like he went from 0 to 2 pretty quick. Then he got number 3 and 4 really quick, and then he goes 5, and then 2 other non-keeper or 2 others that didn't cull for him. So he's kind of got, when he gets on either a rotation of brush piles or spots, he can normally catch, it looks like 2 out of each brush pile.
when he laughs, you know he's got a better fish. He hadn't laughed in a while. He's a little more serious.
1 5-pounder and he'll afford a new pair of shoes, that's for sure.
He's just not wearing them out.
Well, that's
Comfortable
true.
on his deck.
Got it. Another good one. Yes, stay pegged, stay pegged, stay pegged, stay pegged. One hook. Oh, you dummy, don't you do that. Yes. Maybe it's starting to happen.
We don't call him Big Fish Ish for nothing.
Got it. Oh, yeah.
Always been an angler that catches better than average fish.
The big bass specialist.
That's right.
2 century belts with bass.
Let's go.
And the only one ever at Lake Okeechobee.
108 pounds.
Blew that one out.
Guys, he's feeling it. He sees it can happen. He's moved up the lake a little further. Maybe less fish up there, but maybe better quality.
It's interesting. He said that he said he was catching on a frog, and I said, does that mean grass is essential? And he said, there's some grass around, but I'm just throwing it around those, you know,
Seawall, super
wood
shallow.
and seawalls, different things.
Maybe the fish are positioned super duper shallow.
Being quiet, but
heck yeah. That one's about 2 1/4.
He talked about after day 1 in his line burners, he was throwing them all on a frog.
Bigger, but
picks up the plopper on day 2 and realized, I should have used this yesterday when my frog bite died. They switched to this.
What happens when you're fishing super shallow like that? Like soon as the bait hits the water, but you know, when they're really feeding the stuff off the bank that you see here, that's where the fish are usually positioned. And for some reason, They are super duper tight to the bank, but it's hard not to fish some of the stuff you've been catching them on.
These are the clues that an experienced angler will use to make that slight adjustment. He's not far from it. He's been just a little bit out from it all morning, not had any keepers, and in just a short time period put 2 in the boat together as soon as the bait hit the water.
That's where being a great caster comes in. Maybe an amateur, maybe another guy might find the same area, but lands at 5 feet from the bank instead of 2 feet from the bank, or instead of right on the bank, and you're not right there enough to execute on that.
Yeah. Feel really good about it. I mean, we had 0 current this morning, and we have a trickle, and I mean, we're talking a trickle of current right now, but it seems like the fish are positioned up super duper shallow. Like when I say super shallow, we're talking like inches of water. And when the current's running, they seem to be out on the isolated cover and the brush piles, but those last 2 have literally come on the bank. And I mean, when I say on the bank, you can see the bottom. So maybe something's happening. You know, we don't have a ton of time, but if I can hit another little spot and catch 2 more like that real quick, I mean, I still feel good about the one fish that I missed earlier. I mean, it just seems like he wants it. I mean, that's the second time I've gotten him to bite, and he lives on the corner of that dock in that little tiny brush pile, and once again, back to inches of water. So hopefully we can get a few more here. But that feels real good, getting those 2. And plus now it seems like the fish are actually eating, you know. Earlier with that 0 current, even the freaking little ones weren't trying to bite very well. So hopefully catch a few more, but we're gonna give it all we got.
It's his first top 10 of the year on the EQ events. He's jumped up 10 spots to 39th, but he may be outside getting elite requalified, but still got that classic in the title.
For sure, and he said that, you know, he was happy where he's at. He's glad to be fishing the opens again in pursuit. He asked if we could loosen up the Legends exemption, maybe like if you just like have 1 elite events or like a couple million in earnings, things like that. I said, I'll take it up, the ladder and ask Ish. But I did say, I juked him out though, and I said, you'll love the open schedule next year. We have 4 events at the Cal Delta. And he like paused for a second. I said, I'm just messing with you. We're not.
Oh man, Ronnie,
you should be ashamed.
Hey, when you got him hook, line, and sinker, you know, I'm gonna wait just a second before I set the hook.
Well, you could add classic qualifications in there for exemptions. If you get every 5, you may get a Legends year.
I am not trying to change any. In the era of trying to get rules changed, I'm not going to do that. Trey is hooked up. Great segue, Trey. Thank you.
Get a little bit more active. Hi, stop it. Let's see.
I think it's interesting. One thing I've noticed today, Suits, is our top 10 anglers in this event, not a single one of them is wearing gloves. Not a single
You wear
one
gloves all the time?
I wear gloves every day. And
I know that, yeah.
I go for those fish quickly. Hooked up again.
Come on, don't come off. Whatever that is. Dude, if that's a bass, Yeah, I was about to say. I was like, dude, as soon as he hit the water. Let's see. Nasty things, boy. I was like, something's going on. I pitched out there and I was like, Brian. Ah. Okay. That had my heart.
Everything's biting now, huh?
It is. That bite window in the afternoon, like Mark Menendez said earlier, it has fired up. We're seeing Wesley Gore catch a few fish and try to gain some extra points that'll help his qualification efforts. Greg Bohannon making a great adjustment from his moving baits, topwater, and a thunder cricket to a worm. Meanwhile, Trey McKinney started the day in second, has been cool and calm all day long, but is finally starting to put some fish in the live well. He has a great shot to still come back and win this event. Same thing for Ishman Rowe. No fish for all day long, 2 quick ones, and that bite, that opportunity where he casted, where it landed, he has now a clue, Mark Menendez, for the last 2 hours of the day.
He'll be the man to watch, I promise you, Ronnie. He will be the man to watch.
Ishman Rowe, don't let that fool you, 29-6. He has more momentum out of anybody in the field the last 15 or 20 minutes. We hadn't heard from the local stud, Chase Henley, lately. Seen a little bit of Bobby Lane lately. We'll see some more, hopefully. Weights are getting tight, especially from 4th to 10th. We will see who makes a move when we come back.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Watts Bar Reservoir is presented by Mercury Marine.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here at Watts Bar Reservoir on the Tennessee River, Kingston, Tennessee. If you're around East Tennessee, if you're even from Knoxville, just down a little bit, why don't you head on over to Kingston, Tennessee, the boat ramp there in Kingston for the final day weigh-in. It's going to be fun. Somebody's going to get crowned and go to the Bassmaster Classic most likely, and we'll see some of the biggest names in the Opens come across that stage today as we take a look at our Phoenix Weather Watch. Championship Sunday, cloudy and 75. Not too shabby of a day for it being late summer, maybe considered early fall.
Good type of fishing day. That overcast is always good, keeps those fish active. Now we just need a little more current rolling down the old Tennessee River to position these fish a little better for our anglers. Headed back out on Watts Bar to our current leader, unofficial leader, Tyler Williams.
Where'd they go? Where'd they go? Where'd they go?
Just made a little adjustment, Ronnie.
Looks like maybe he's got some active chasing, feeding fish that he had to relocate right there that were swimming around. Did so with a jerkbait, it seemed.
Made the best out of that. He's out here cruising over 50 foot of water.
That's a fish 5 years ago we would have never caught.
Nope.
We would have never caught without the forward facing.
Not by much, but I think anything's good. That first one was a little bit bigger than that one. Number 2.
Any upgrade right now goes in Tyler's favor, that's for sure.
A small one for a small one. Go. That was elite. I saw that group cruising. I'm like, I think those are bass. Let me check. Once I finally got a cast to them, it was so easy. I'd love to find them again.
Has not found anything like the 412 he had on day 1 to be in second place. But he's over 10 pounds. He's got the lead by 4.
Looks like John Garrett's on a different body of water than the rest of the competitors today, as it looks like there is some wind, maybe some rainstorms coming through the area.
How about that? That is a very different look than what we've seen today. This is a unique 4-box here, Ronnie. We've got a glide bait, maybe a second glide bait down there at the bottom. I can't tell just yet. Now he's swimming a jig. Little John Garrett's got a spinning rod, and Jason Lambert's still winding the bladed jig.
Explain why you call him Little John. That's his name in the group.
That's I've known John since he was 8 years old.
Rumor is you changed his diapers when he was 8.
No, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. He was a big boy at that point. His grandfather and I are great friends. All of my skeeter boats have come through Union City Marine over the years, and so I watched Little John grow up. And that's what Johnny, his grandfather, always called him, was Little John. So that name has stuck with amongst all of his friends and all of his fishing partners. So that's Little John. He will always be known as Little John.
For a little while there, he was trying to get the nickname Number 6 because how many people rag on him about his culling infraction at the Arkansas River a few years ago. He said, John, how many fingers are on your hand? Just count to that and then get rid of one. But he takes it in stride from Bethel University. He's got a couple teammates. If I'm being honest, John, I'd expect to have already been on the Elite Series based on his skill and ability and opportunity, but he could join a couple of his Bethel teammates like KJ Queen, like Cody Huff, and then also Will Davis was one of the early members of Bethel University back in the day.
We're going to have a university reunion there when we get started next year, because Little Will and I have roomed this year, and John and I will room with Little Will next year. And Cody might even join that party. We don't know yet.
Chase Henley, watching some of him live on the right and some of his catches on the left. Started the day with a bang for the local angler who had some trouble on day one. Man, he had a huge start to his day, a good second fish as well.
Henley's fish are shrinking. Started with a 3, then a 2.5 pounder, then he's got a 1.5 and a 10 ouncer. So he's still on 4 fish for only about 7-10.
And I keep an eye on that. I think he's got 4 fish, but if that one doesn't hit 4 pounds, he could be a 9 or 9.5 pounds at this point, but still had some work to do starting the day in 8th.
Speaking of 4 fish, need a limit?
Oh, yes. Come on in here. Come on in here, number 5. Woo! I was just thinking to myself, I haven't caught a frogfish all week. But now I have. Number 5. Golly, I haven't had but one. I have had about 1 fish every day about this time of day. So this is awesome. Yes. Gotta throw something different all the time. Get calm, throw something different. That rain gear, we'll do some upgrading, I think. Man, that's cool.
I think that's almost 5 keepers on 5 baits, maybe 5 keepers on 4 baits. He's got a
2.5 maybe?
plopping style bait, a bladed jig, cutter worm, frog.
Ronnie, reach in the box and get something you haven't thrown all week. And get a great big one.
I hadn't caught a frog bite.
I would absolutely, I'm not a hunter. I don't care about hunting in terms of a desire to go do. I would love to see the elites go into the fall a little bit more.
I would too. Enjoy being in the outdoors. I don't hunt much. I fish all winter. I'd love to see it because we have to use different skills that time of the year, and it would be a lot of fun.
2020 was super cool.
Yes, on the elites,
going to
getting pushed
Santee,
back into the fall.
Gunnersville, Chickamauga, Fork, all in the fall.
I didn't get to play that year because I got hurt that year, so I'd love to go back.
Trying to cast a country mile at Eufaula.
Yeah.
Got hard as far as limits, and the fishing was slower, but a very interesting tournament.
A lot
the guys
of strategy.
Are really,
a lot of strategy.
7-pounder. You go to a big bass body of water in a tougher time, there's still the opportunity for a 7-pounder to come and impact a tournament. You saw that with Mike Huff, Chickamauga, when Lee Livesey won. He had a shot because of that giant bite. Such, but since we have you in the same room, Do you have any bones to pick with Mark Menendez? Because you had him on your fantasy team that you followed the year he hurt his back.
Yeah, we didn't get a story ahead of the event to be able to change when you went down and withdrew from the event with the, I'm sorry your back hurt. I know the feeling.
It was,
you didn't say sorry
tough.
about that behind.
Oh yeah, I wasn't mad at him. How can you be mad at him? I had you on my team that week though.
Well, I'm sorry to let you down, Such. Pick me on another one and I'll make up for it for you.
We are going to the St. John's next year in April. We'll have to get your thoughts on that a little bit later. Got some time still today, and look at the movement. Greg Bohannon started the day in 5th, fell as far down as 9th place. He goes on a 3-fish flurry over the last hour or so. 2nd place, has a great opportunity to maybe take his Pringles rig to the Bassmaster Classic next year.
He's got the big bag of the day, 11.5 pounds.
Why don't we just call him? I don't even know what's on the other side. Okay, I'm correct. We are featuring Greg Bohannon for the Mercury Move of the Day. A big vault up the leaderboard the last couple minutes, but overall hanging in that top 5 for most of the tournament.
Started with top water, a buzzbait, a plopper style, picked up the old cutter worm, gathered a couple of good quick keepers, and then finished up on top water with a frog bait. He's around an area that's got some good quality. He just needs one of those to show up to be a 4.5 or a 5 pounder to be dangerous in the end.
If you're just getting a taste of Greg Bohannon on the Bassmaster Trail, longtime veteran of the FLW Tour.
The conditions slicked off. You know, I went to the Strike King cutter worm, caught a couple really nice fish. You know, it stayed calm in here, picked up a frog and caught a real nice one up there in the thick stuff. So, but I think the rain's coming in. I can see a breeze starting to move. So, man, I'm excited to throw this thing. As soon as we get some more breeze out here, a little more rain out here, I feel like I can catch a big one out here this afternoon.
From right up the road, Bentonville,
it's the
Arkansas.
Right conditions.
Almost $1 million in FLW earnings.
Just takes one bite now, maybe 1 or 2. We got a decent bag. Just, boy, a couple upgrades late in the day could really move us up the leaderboard somewhere.
Always very positive, a very good angler, very well versed angler with many different
in this
techniques.
little pocket. It's by far the best I've seen all week. Just a little bit better quality in here than what's out on the main river, seems like. That's pretty typical when you have grass fish, that they're going to be a little healthier, a little fatter. When I'm looking at my Garmin scanning around, there's tons of bait fish in here, a lot of fish swimming around, so just gives you a lot of confidence. It's a really active area. And nothing's fast and furious in here, but I don't think it is anywhere on the lake right now. It's the conditions in September, but I love it when we get these conditions right here that's headed at us. I think we're actually going to get a little rain in a little bit. Just looks like the right conditions just to see it.
I've known about Greg for a long time, but I actually went to Eufaula, Alabama for the first Open of the year and got to meet him. Pretty cool to put a face with a name and be able to talk about it. You can see on our aerials there how some of these places you can be close to someone as the crow flies, but you kind of got your own pocket of water, your own region. And Bobby Lane, another one of our anglers that makes up a star-studded top 10 field. As we look at a couple highlights from throughout the day, Wesley Gore earlier today, young angler from Alabama, fished for the University of Montevallo.
He started quick using that finesse rig. Looks like a drop shot there with a morning dawn. Perfect for in the morning.
Looks like he kind of transitioned to that submerged vegetation, bladed jig bite like other guys have been utilizing this morning.
Needs a little quality to move on up the standings. What a great finish for him this week.
Gone about his business and stacked some good points to keep him in the Elite Series qualification.
Let's go.
Sitting in 8th place right now. Right now, the top 10 will make the Elite Series because Kenta Kimura is a part of the top 10 in points. First 9 in our standings, other than elite qualified guys, will join the elites next year. And Bobby Lane's trying to put his name in that hat. Started the week 21st in points, Such, but after a big move up, he's going to be in our top 13 going into the last 2 events, one in his home state.
You know it, Bobby. Bobby, big fish, Bobby Lane. He's in 12th right now. We'll see if he can keep those points. And talked to him before this event, and he really put some pressure on himself to re-qualify for the elites.
He'll be there.
He was excited to be on Fox Sports 1 this morning. He said, I've been on a couple of different TV shows. I've never been on Fox Sports 1 before. And I said, well, you'll get the chance tomorrow as long as you do your job and catch him. And he has broken it down at least while he wasn't catching them.
One good one I've noticed up here. They tend to, the few that I've caught, the biggest one that I missed, which was a good one, and the biggest one I got in the well, probably a 2 1/4 pounder, they have come on cypress trees. Problem is trying to find them is like a needle in a haystack, and when you do find them, they ain't got no water on them. So, you know, when you get in these positions and you ain't, you know, you're trying to do the best you can, sometimes it's best just to hunker down and fish everything in front of you instead of running around crazy. Not saying it's going to work today, but this place is, it's fishing pretty tough. But if I'm getting enough bites just moving and covering as much water as I can, that you know, I feel like it could happen at any minute. A good one, there was a short, but a good one could hit at any minute. And I think if I pick my trolling motor up and go running around, that I'm just shooting myself in the foot. So we're up to Tennessee, grinding it out with the old Berkeley Chopo. It's absolutely gorgeous today. Not a drop of sweat. I'm just trying anything and everything I know how to do as a shallow water angler. And when you get conditions like this, man, you're sometimes best just putting your favorite bait in your hand and covering as much water as you can. And
Led after day 115.2. Day 2 a lot slower, 9 pounds 1 ounce.
That's just the relevant suits of that big bite. He had 2 big bites the first day.
Yeah, 2 4-pounders. He's still looking for him. He's hunting them down.
He'll hunt one down today. I really feel like he'll hunt one down with the way he's moving.
Good to see guys fish. We watch guys fish.
Oh, wow.
We watch guys fish all year long, but it's good to see guys fish, if you know what I mean. Tyler Williams fishing his way to maybe the Bassmaster Classic at Grand Lake. One step closer to maybe sneaking in the Elite Series. Yeah. The cut for that moved up big time this week. Greg Bohannon having a great showing and a great last hour. Maybe with this front coming through, Mark Menez, we'll get your breakdown biology-wise on why they could start biting very soon.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Watts Bar Reservoir is presented by Mercury Marine.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. We got our local representative at Watts Bar from Kingston, Tennessee, Chase Henley, making a move. Trying to chase down a title. Comes with $42,000 for the winner this week, as well as a classic berth, except for Chase Henley, if that was the case. Looking at our Bassmaster Opens, the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens EQ points race. This is what it looked like coming into the event. Tompkins, Kimura, Garrett, McKinney, G, Tuma, Henry, Bruce, Nania, and Cannon, all separated by about 100 points. This is the way it looks now. We're, 2 days and a half through this event. Tompkins, Garrett, McKinney still up there. Robert G, 5th place, still right there hanging strong. Brett Cannon has moved up to 6th. Keith Tuma, 7th. Wesley Gore has moved up. Jacob Bigelow from the Sturgeon Bay region has moved into 9th. And Kyle Austin from Santee Cooper has moved into 10th place so far, and that would be your qualifiers. If it were to end today, there's about a 22-point gap until Logan Parks, Bobby Lane right behind it, Kyle Patrick as well.
And it just don't get any prettier than this right here.
Watch that right-hand corner of that 4-box, Ronnie. Lambert is in the wind. He's still winding that bladed jig. It's just as good as a spinnerbait in that wind. So watch out. He could fire a big one up here right now.
Great way to start your year on the bass. It'd mean a lot. A lot to my sponsors, a lot to myself. You know, it'd be one of those lifelong dreams. Everybody dreams of fishing the biggest tournament in professional bass fishing.
There's just gotta be one here. It has to be. Perfect.
I have really, really enjoyed fishing on the Bassmaster side, man. They've been so welcoming. Got great coverage. I think they do a fantastic job of coverage on the internet, podcasts. So I've been super impressed. It's been a pretty fun year in the Pringles boat over here. We haven't set the world on fire, but we've had a pretty consistent year. They can change one little bite. One big explosion. Keep seeing stuff move around in this grass bed. I don't know if it's carp or maybe some bass moving around in there.
Where else would you rather be? Except for in this
Really
boat.
awesome little, about a 50-yard square here that held a lot of fish this week. Water's really pretty. It's got just enough stain in it to make them bite. Good green grass over here.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my britches on.
Exactly what you're looking for on a. I sure hope this grass continues to flourish, because the fishing will continue to flourish if the grass does.
We might as well vacate these premises anyway.
Come on, fish. Come on, fish.
Ronnie, one bait that I'm surprised hasn't played this week is a swim jig. You've got all these targets of grass, all these heads of grass, and that a swim jig moved by there either erratically or really finessey over the top of that, a lot of times will generate a lot of bites when you have grass in this situation where you have those isolated patches like that, just what's right in front of Greg right now. That's a big surprise to me.
Yeah, I think we saw Chase Henley doing it close quarters with some laydowns, but not the grass patches that we've seen these other guys fishing it around. It's also a great dock skipping bait, you know, if you want to wind something around there and you don't want to burn a lot of time flipping, so it is a good observation. I wonder what it could have been. I think that's a Greg Bohannon and Bobby Lane.
I've got maybe 10 or 11 pounds. Oh, we're still alive? All right. Work my way around there. Kind of hope. Yeah, keep this place to myself would be really awesome. Coming into that window right now, that would be game-changing time if we can get them to bite. It just takes a couple. Just take 2 casts to change everything. 2 of the right ones. And they live right here.
to mark the afternoon this time period. It's 1:11 Eastern time where they're fishing right now. Got about an hour and a half left of fishing. This has been a great window with the current rolling, but we normally have this kind of window in the Elite Series on non-current places. We just see that 12:30 to 1:30, 2 o'clock time period. With this front coming through, a little bit of low pressure, I guess, with the rain.
It's amazing how
that altered that a little bit, or maybe strengthened it.
Well, I don't think you've got a major storm coming. You've got a little pop-up shower that's pushing up the lake right now. So it's going to affect the lake as it moves up that area, and as it passes a specific area, that pressure is going to come back to where it once was. So, but in that interim, in that minute or two that storm is coming through there, that little slight pressure change may trigger a few more fish to bite as it moves up the lake. Our anglers that we have on the 4-box right now are above that little storm that's coming through, so it hasn't quite affected them yet. But what's in their favor is they're further up the lake, and the current is in their favor. That current's going to position those fish where those fish are active. These anglers they know how to put that bait in the presentation, in the area right there, which is most likely to get the bite. So we've got a twofer going on, Ronnie. But what I'm really surprised that the fish haven't bit any better with the low light conditions.
Yeah.
Well, to the future cast, we could get some rain all over the lake real soon here.
JT, after catching that big one, had 4 fish in the live well, jumped up top, caught a smallmouth on a glide bait that didn't keep. This could be his limit fish. It's a largemouth.
Did you see how many there were, though? There was a smallmouth, 2 largemouth, and another smallmouth.
That's going to be close.
That'll be a 14 and a 3/4, I'm sure. Ow. Jeez, that hurt. Ow, quit biting my hand. It'd be a lot easier if it stayed still. I mean, a 5th fish will go a long ways right now. I mean, he measures pretty good on my board, so we'll throw him in the box. But I'd like to get rid of him. Let's just make sure that's 5. I never want to do that.
The voices, Ronnie, the voices are in his head right now.
BP, by any chance? Who was it? I know he's done it. I know he's done it a few times.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that.
Back over to Ish Monroe.
Number 5 for JT Tompkins. If that's a 2-pounder, that cuts his deficit in half. It's about 3 3/4 pounds behind.
Gives him 12 pounds even for the day.
That's monster
the
bag.
biggest so
Monster
far.
bag of the day, isn't it?
Well, so far,
it's all relative.
There's time.
I love it. You're never out of it. I love it. You could go catch 5 2-pounders, 2.5-pounders have 10 to 12 pounds, or you could catch a 4 and some 2s, and you dramatically improved your day.
Ish needs 3 3.5-pounders. He's
It's
10-7 back with 2
the
fish.
Tennessee, it's within realm. It's within the realm of reason.
He's
for
10th
sure.
place. Where he catches another 5-2.
Just go ahead.
3 and a 2.
Oh, I want to see old school scream into the camera and punch the cameraman Ish Monroe when he catches a 5-pounder like he did back in Florida and start breakdancing on the front. I want to see that.
Mark and I will take that. We'll
Yes,
take that, right?
I want to see that again. So I dare Ish to catch a 5-pounder. I want to see it.
It'd be great. It'd be great. It would certainly shake up the standings right now.
Oh my.
I believe, Such, since the St. Lawrence River in July, I think Ish got married.
I think so.
I think
you're
I
right.
saw. I think
Oksana, I believe.
I thought I saw that. Or it was a really fancy prom. I'm not sure.
Oh.
Just kidding.
Boy, he had 2 finishes beyond 100th place. St. Croix at Wheeler and at Bugs Island, 132nd. He's not doing that. He's talking about getting back to the elites. Maybe it was pre-wedding stress.
Which is crazy because if you think about it, that is the equivalent of a 55th to 65th position on the elites, mid-pack. When you have 220 anglers in some of these opens, below 100th is terrible, but you beat half the pack. But that's just...
Well, I was looking at Tyler Williams. Now, he's got a 4th place at Eufaula, Oklahoma, 27th at Wheeler, St. Lawrence 96th, Toledo Bend 102nd, and he's within range of qualifying for the elites. With his points this week, he's up to 17th place in the EQ point standings. You need to be about top 10. We're throwing out Kimura and we're taking the top 9.
It's all about consistency. It's all about consistency.
Well, yeah, he started with the 25th. I mean, that's pretty good right there.
We kind of started the year a little topsy-turvy with having a weather cancellation day and only having a 2-day open at Eufaula. So, you know, the adjustments there, you had guys going out day 1 expecting to have to burn down their spots, you know, and it was kind of a weird deal. It was 1 deep, but there was fish even transitioning on beds early March at Eufaula. It was interesting.
And you got our leader, JT Tompkins, 48th. He started the season 48th. Then
for this chopo across his face.
Had a 32nd Toledo Bend, then an 8th at Bugs Island, 11th at Wheeler, a 14th at Eufaula, Oklahoma, and a 7th at the St. Lawrence River.
Who was this for?
That's JT.
Yes, JT.
So that's just a solid,
like
strong.
lead fishing at home.
John Garrett, very similar.
Very similar. JT just had one follow that big glide bait right there. He tried to coax him into it. I think it's interesting that when we started the Elite Series, we had a lot of California anglers used to using big baits. That kind of became a fad. Then all of a sudden it dropped back down to a drop shot and finesse baits. It's interesting to see how the glide bait is now starting to be seen in a lot of tournament anglers' hands. High risk, high reward. You see a lot of fish. They don't always come and get it, but I think it's interesting how the trends change, Such, all the time.
Tompkins about 2 3/4 pounds behind Tyler Williams. Tompkins has 12 pounds on the day. Williams 10 1/2.
I thought he was coming up to eat it because he ran up real fast. Yeah, he was usually, the only thing was my glide was in the wrong direction. If he was next to it, if I could have made it go into him, he would freak and poof, he would eat it. But my glide bait wanted to go the other direction, which is just unlucky. But gosh, if it was a 50-50 shot of catching that fish, whether my glide bait was going the right way, and I just happened to get the bad 50. That's just how it goes. But hopefully I can come back, and that one was on a laydown. I might be able to come and flip that one. You know, I'd much rather catch him flipping. But the thing is, that flipping stick don't have the drawing power of this glide. It just doesn't. If I could cast it better, I'd really be onto something.
Will a glide bait be the bait that gets a kicker fish in the afternoon to maybe seal a victory? Will the 3/4 ounce jig for Tyler Williams prove to be right? Will Greg Bohannon just pull out a bait he's never used in his life and catch one? That could be the deal as well. John Garrett still hanging there and being very, very quiet. We'll have to take a look in on him. He had some weather come through his area. Maybe we'll see what post-storm has for John Garrett, Jason Lambert in 5th, and the rest of the bunch in the top 10. Keep an eye on all of them when we come back from Watts Bar for the Bassmaster Open.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Watts Bar Reservoir is presented by Mercury Marine.
Welcome back to Watts Bar. Tennessee River bound this week for the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Watts Bar Lake, Kingston, Tennessee. You got about 180 anglers who packed up yesterday and shipped off to Lake of the Ozarks for our next stop. Those guys will start practicing tomorrow, I do believe. We'll have a couple days of practice. We'll start that tournament Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And we'll bring you Bassmaster Live on Sunday next week. Then after that, there will be one event left for the Opens down at the Harris Chain, Leesburg, Florida.
Here you get Greg Hackney replacing Mark Menendez next week.
Not replacing, supplementing.
Oh, okay.
Showing old guys a little love. I like it.
If we, if you thought the St. Lawrence River event
experienced guys
was the last time you'd see us on Bass Live, we've got 3 of the next 4 weeks of Bass Live for you. Trey McKinney hooked up in the rain.
Yeah, the college bracket.
Oh. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna keep. Is that a spot? What do you think of this?
Yeah.
See how football shaped those bars are.
I hate to be critical. Do not rub their tongue to identify a spotted bass. It's not a reliable way of doing it.
I don't know.
I think that's got some small.
He don't have a patch.
Awful
More
brown.
smallmouth, isn't he? I think. Gosh, I don't know.
I would put it in there until I have a limit.
He don't have a patch.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Perfect.
Out of boat.
Got to go with the jaw line. See a spotted bass where it extends by the eyeball on the cheek rather than a tongue patch, because when you get lakes like this, Mark, you know this, lakes that have smallmouth, largemouth, and spotted bass, a lot of these fish will cross-pollinate over the years, generations and generations, and then all of a sudden fish, you'll have tongue patches on different fish that aren't specifically spotted bass, things like that. That's why it's not as reliable.
Table Rock's another lake where you get a lot of that crossbreeding there with the spotted bass and the smallmouth. You see a lot of meanmouth in that lake. It's just a unique situation that puts a whole different wrinkle on the tournament. And then again, with all smallmouth bass and with the meanmouth, that qualifies as a smallmouth bass. You have to follow smallmouth regulations in Tennessee. You really have to be careful. You may think you have a spotted bass in there, and it may not be exactly what you think it is. 3 guys with a rain suit, 1 guy up the river without a rain suit on.
It's coming.
It's coming that way.
It's heading that way, north and east.
Now that the light's even being cut even more, now's the time we're going to see a big fish show up. An absolute changer in the standings.
JT Tompkins is leading our big fish with a 4-pounder today. He's got a couple 1.5-pounders in there, another 4. Could get him the lead.
And what he's doing right now with that glide bait is a big risk and reward, and it could happen around one of the corners of those big rocks. Big fish sitting there out of the current, and JT would wind a big one in. Ish has had a slow day, but he's in trust mode. He's trusting his instincts. He's trusting that big top water bait, knowing that he's got to make a big move. You know, you catch a few big fish on some finesse tactics, but that's generally few and far between. He's throwing a steak sandwich out there waiting for a big one to get it.
Huh?
Hopefully this rain stirs something up.
Yeah, but yesterday when they bit the B.A.S. is when it was sunny, flat, calm, and there was shade. And you knew exactly where to throw, and they would eat. I mean, most cases, yeah, this would be ideal. Light rain, no wind, top water bite.
I'm wondering if Bohannon is above or below-ish on the lake.
I think he's been below. He's been closer to takeoff.
So that rain has probably passed him by.
It probably skirted on the right side of Bohannon, and the next turn in the river where Ish is, it kind of re-collided with the lake. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Because I don't think Bobby's put on his rain gear either, and they were right beside each other. Yeah.
Same vicinity. Isn't that interesting?
I think Chris Henley, who's not far from them, he was in short sleeves just a minute ago flipping the bank. So.
You know, I like this fishery. It kind of fishes a little bit like an Ozark Lake, you know, the way that's condition oriented, and I like anything on the Tennessee River. I've really gotten comfortable on the Tennessee River the last few years, but I like Watts Bar. I'd like to come back here. I bet it's a great fishery in the spring. You know, anywhere you go in September is probably one of the worst months fishing wise anywhere in the country, but you know, I think it's got a lot of fish, and I think with this emergent grass coming up everywhere, I think the fishery is going to continue to get better. But I like it so far. It's getting dark. And this is the conditions. I like this thing. It's about to change, isn't it? We're about to get wet.
Maybe circling.
These are about the time
kind of split up, just popping up all over.
Right before the rain.
Just developing right on top of him.
Hey, we're just doing our best to replicate weathermen across the country and not having a clue what the heck the weather's doing.
I think Greg is just ready for one big explosion. One big explosion. And he can do that with that buzzbait.
And during the lulls and the downtimes, he has done a good job of filling his limit. If you get that one bite, you can have an opportunity. Tyler has left the door open a little bit. He's done his job getting a limit, but the door is still wide open.
I mean, this is what we dream of as anglers, knowing that you've put yourself in position, knowing you're in a good area with a good population of quality fish, and you just need one to come up and get it. One of those real good fish, one of those, a unicorn, 5-pounder. We've only seen a couple of those this week, but that's what you live for, is this moment right here in Greg Bohannon's life.
You think about late catches to win. We had 2 this year, but it's a pretty dang rare occurrence to have happen. We had Will Davis when we went off air catch one, and then Drew Benton caught a 6-pounder late to win over at Murray.
At Lake Murray, yes. He knows he's on the cusp. He knows he's right there.
What's going on there?
I think you blew it. A little far right. Yeah, you guys too, man. Get them in before it rains.
talking to the golfers out there. There's a couple young guys.
Bobby loves to golf.
Bobby is.
I guarantee his clubs are in his truck right now.
I bet you. I saw a ball go flying across the green.
Hey, if Bobby had a limit, he only has 4 right now. If Bobby had a limit, he'd
get up
joining
there.
them. Hey, we're good.
Well,
Need a
we're at
third?
golf
Can I play through?
course, and I just watched the kid knock one probably closer than about any shot I've ever hit in my life. He's probably using forward-facing sonar, yep, and he looked about the size and age of Trey McKinney. I swear I could tell that kid to go to his room. He looks like my son. He's so young, man. It's unbelievable. And a hammer. I mean, the kid's been catching them all year, him and JT. Oh, you kidding me? Now eat it. I know you're there.
Bobby could have helped the field out by telling him he was grounded if he didn't go out in the top 10 today. Everybody would have made up some ground.
Trust me, Bobby would have told him that if he'd have thought of it this morning.
I like the little bit of chop on the water for him. Not too much shallow, but just enough for something like he's throwing.
There's a couple of them
as he
around
puts it
here
down.
for sure. He had a good shot, about 10 feet.
He's got one eye on his bait, one eye on the golf ball.
Bring on the rain. Man. You know, I had a good backup plan coming into this event. I had all these shallow laydowns. Like I was coming up here for sure one day, and I got lucky and found them grass fish. But boy, after today, I'm very grateful that I made a good decision and stayed down the lake, because I really thought I was going to come up here and bust them today. But I mean, I've had an opportunity at a limit, but it has been one strike and not a limit. It's not like there's more in this area, and I really thought this weather would fire them up. But it's fishing and I'm having fun, so that's all that matters. If you can't have fun fishing, then you can do something else. Even a bad day is fun. You learn a lot. Caught one right there, but God, he's back. But I might as well drop the old jig in there, keep him honest. Just doesn't feel like a jig day. Feels like a topwater day, and it doesn't, they're not really chomping on topwater for me. I mean, they are, but they're not. Come on, fish. Coming down to it, too, man. We only got about an hour left, a little over an hour. And The limit's 5 and I got 4.
We knew when we started the open season this year with how star-studded the field was, we'd probably see Bobby Lane, Ish Monroe, Jason Lambert, and Wesley Gore at some point in a various order in a 4-box on Bass Live, and that's what we've gotten today. Looking at that top 10, Tyler Williams, JT Tompkins, though, on top. Greg Bohannon. Tompkins and Bohannon just a bite away from putting their name in the hat to possibly win this event. John Garrett still got some work to do. Jason Lambert had a good start. Kind of gotten quiet the last few minutes, but that's your top 5 as we go into close to the last hour of fishing and our live show day. We'll be back with the top 10 after this break.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Watts Bar Reservoir is presented by Mercury Marine.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here, the 7th stop of the season at Watts Bar Reservoir. 3-day tournaments, that's what the Bassmaster Opens are, but there are 200 plus boats for days 1 and 2. To make it to the top 10, you had to do a monumental feat and beat out over 190 other pros. These 10 have done that this week at Watts Bar, and they advanced to championship Saturday. Meanwhile, the rest are headed not home, but they're headed west towards Lake of the Ozarks in Missouri. That's where we'll be next week for the 8th stop of the open season, going back-to-back this week and next week. Before you know it, the season will be wrapped up, and we will be committing people to the Elite Series field, and they'll be eyeing up that schedule that we announced just a few weeks ago. We talked about this earlier. Mark, what do you expect for a place that you've done so well at the St. Johns River, but instead of February, mid-April?
Well, I think we'll be there. You'll have a few fish left in the spawning phase. You'll have more fish headed out towards more of a summer phase. Bar hopping will probably be a big deal there. Not for beverages, but for bass out there on offshore cover, offshore structure, which provides a real unique situation. Most of the fish offshore don't have water going up and down twice a day like it does on the St. Johns River. So I think that'll be a different tournament, but also a strong tournament as well.
I think it's just the wind blowing. How many 100-pound events do you see? We kept our string going for 5 years in a row with 4 anglers over 100 pounds at the St. Lawrence.
Toledo could happen. Someone get on the right group of fish there. It could happen. Toledo. I lean pretty heavily over there at Lake Fork. And again, the St. Lawrence, we're putting in deep, further up the river, which is actually downstream. So it's going to be a longer run to the river, and that's going to limit fishing time. But I say it could happen in at least 3 events. At least 3 events.
That's not a bass.
Going back to Lake Murray. A lot of fish were caught there.
It's amazing the health of Lake Murray. You know, back in the day, Such, it had elodea in it. And the elodea was a grass that never really topped out. You had an inside line and an outside line, and you could wind a plug through it and never get hung up. It was an incredible fishery, and at that time in my career, back in the early 90s, it was absolutely the best lake I'd ever been to.
Really?
And it's on a rebound to be back like it was, without vegetation.
We got 2 events in June, Wheeler Lake and then Smith Lake, Alabama.
Wheeler Lake's going to be an offshore deal. It's going to be a good fishing event. I am very worried about the Alabama Smith Lake tournament. That's going to be a high population of recreational people out there riding around in their boats, having a good time. It's a tough time to fish on a gin clear body of water. It's going to be a real challenge. Somebody's got to win, but I think it's going to be. I think we're going to have to use all of our skills to do well in that event.
And then to finish up the schedule out, we go up to Plattsburgh, Lake Champlain again, and then the St. Lawrence River back-to-back in August.
Those are always good events. Lots of good fish in both lakes. You've just seen the largemouth anglers not do as well up there with the smallmouth getting bigger in both lakes. I mean, it's Jurassic Park for smallmouth suits up there on the St. Lawrence.
Oh, yeah.
It's just crazy how good the fishing is there. So beautiful places to end our season, and always a welcoming place as well.
Suits, you got anything else you want to ask? You guys have been on a roll over there. I've been taking a break. I almost fell asleep. Just enjoying it.
Well, he's already talked about the next Open on Lake of the Ozarks. We haven't been there in 20-something years for a pro-level B.A.S.S. event.
We did have a college event recently, which was, I think if I remember, I covered it, and it was the week after the Conroe Classic. So we went from shorts and flip-flops for the Classic down in South Texas up to a hail-ridden and rainy Lake of the Ozarks, which is pre-spawn at that time of the year. It was a very good event. I enjoyed covering it, but it is a big body of water. Didn't have to worry about pleasure boats then, but for the fall, definitely we'll still see some.
I was looking at the weather, and it won't cool off that much. It'll be around 60 in the mornings and 80 in the afternoon, so there'll still be a few pleasure boaters out there next weekend.
There will be, and water temperatures will still be a little bit warmer. That lake really produces when water temperatures get in that 55-degree range and less.
No chance of that.
So we're going to kind of be on.
Well, I thought they would bite it better in the
there.
rain. They don't always read the manual, though.
Well, about rain jacket time again.
We haven't had a fish catch in almost an hour. JT Tompkins 1-8. It was about almost an hour ago.
That's really surprising to me, the way the last 2 days have laid out. A little bit of water moving, this low light conditions, this rain. It's perfect for a bite window to open up, and 4 or 5 guys pop a couple of good ones real quick. Just perfect. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat waiting for it to happen.
I'm surprised McKinney is still on 2 fish after having 16-2 yesterday.
It's been a slow day for him.
But like he said, he wasn't quite sure he's just going to go fishing today because he, out of most of these guys that spoke, really needed the sun to position those offshore fish on the structures. I could see him being more spread out today and just not being more missed than hit for him, and that's kind of the way it's been for our offshore guys. Some of them have rotated a lot of spots and really hadn't found one that fired except for Tyler Williams.
And it wasn't a big reaction there for Tyler. He managed to get 2 or 3 bites, and that's as big a flurry as we've seen. So it has been really, really slow fishing. I think this is the same rock that JT caught his 5th keeper on, and he had other fish following back to the boat, so he's revisiting that same place again, it looks like. You get one's address here, you better do your best to make sure you can deliver the package and get him in the boat.
JT said, let's make a move. Meanwhile, Jason Lambert has officially donned his rain jacket.
Still winding that bladed jig. I'm very surprised that he hadn't been able to pick up a fish or 2 along the way from that morning flurry that he had. Just randomly finding one to eat that bladed jig. Very surprising to me.
Checked in with Lambert. We'll go over here and check in with Trey McKinney as well. By far the hardest day of anyone that's in our field. Him and Ish both with 2 fish, but Ish's have been of decent portions. Maybe number 3 for Trey.
That's a healthy grass fish.
Decent fish anywhere else in the world, but not going to measure up here.
Mark, how do you think the advancements in electronics, not to open up a whole dialogue,
snap
but
it out of that grass. It's like
what it does for
come on.
how much we know about fishing, what it does for the next generation of anglers learning about it, and is there any drawbacks to what the skills and instincts these newer anglers may not develop if they haven't already figured out their shallow skills?
Well, you get a bite,
you know, the good thing about electronics is it will develop some new skills. You become reliant on those electronics, and they're a mechanical piece of equipment like anything else is. Sometimes they fail, sometimes they don't. So you have to rely on fishing instincts. When you pair the fishing instincts together with the electronic instincts, there is a big difference in what you've learned as an angler over this time period as to how you approach a piece of cover, a piece of structure, versus what we do now. Now you can just spin, look, and go, and if they're there, you throw them. If not, you just keep on going. So it sped the game up a whole lot. The one thing that electronics robbed from me years ago was my ability to triangulate. I would triangulate. I used to could run down the middle of Kentucky Lake, turn the motor off, pick a rod up, stand up out in the middle of the lake and hit that one stump on that ledge. Now I've got a waypoint on that stump. Well, it takes me 10 or 15 minutes to find that. When I triangulate, I could look on the bank, find hard-bodied objects there, a tree, a corner of a point, a boat dock, whatever it may be, line up on those, make that cast, go on, and get it in that area quickly. So, you know, hooked up, Trey McKinney. It's an interesting crossbreed. I don't know where it's going. There's ethical issues there in my mind. There's skills that are going to be dissipated. The other thing I'm worried about is the fishing industry, the fishing lure industry as well. We're not going to see as many different styles of baits that are being made because of forward facing. Forward facing dictates its own style of bait. We may not see as many broad spectrum baits come into the arena of fishing, just like the plopper or the buzz bait or whatever. So that's the only other, that's the negatives that I see right there.
I don't think we had too many
number 3
crankbait bass this year. If I had to think about it, I don't think I saw any at Lay, and I didn't see any in the first few swings down south. And so today with John Garrett catching one on a crankbait, like that's just something that you don't see necessarily as much. Maybe we saw some in the Classic with the cold water.
Well, it's going to play at the Classic. A plug's going to play at the Classic, there's no doubt.
Season, yeah, hopefully maybe the Tennessee River stuff. But yeah, just some of those baits that you end up seeing come into play. We haven't seen, honestly, before forward-facing sonar took hold, the bladed jig was the bait to throw a lot of places. We haven't seen as much of that the last year or two, but we start to see it in the fall show up and other things. So interesting points that you make there. And
Well, I'm glad we're going back to some of our lakes that we've gone to in the past, but we're going at different times.
Never been to Fork in February.
That's cool. To St. John's in April, that's going to be a little bit different. I would love to see the whole tournament circuit extend a little further, so we get more of these September, October deals. Maybe not go to the smallmouth swing as late. Go later. Go when it's cold, where we really would catch some giant smallmouth and change things around. So
we'll have to book off a 10-day window and say, you guys just be patient in case we got a delay and move days. But good conversations to be had in the sport of bass fishing. Just how we go about the conversations, if they're productive or not.
Correct.
Mark, seems like you've approached it very well. And as we wait for this next bite window to pop up, they have 1 hour of fishing left. For some of those 5 that are within 10 minutes of the ramp, they're going to be fishing a lot longer. The guys at the bottom of the lake will have a more significant run to get back to takeoff. We'll see if Tyler Williams can hold his lead over some of the guys fishing closer, like Greg Bohannon, JT Tompkins, Bobby Lane, and the rest.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Watts Bar Reservoir is presented by Mercury Marine.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here at Watts Bar. Closing moments of the day in perspective, 8-hour fishing day. About an hour left for these anglers and some ground to still be made up. You get a little bit more lulls in the fall, but each fish seems just as important. I've seen Trey McKinney kind of, honestly, since JT Tompkins' latest fish, about an hour ago, he's been the most active. Yeah. He's caught a couple non-keepers, caught a keeper just last segment.
Well, shorts. One under 2 pounds.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. That's a grass bass right there, boys. That's a smallmouth. It actually might measure. Look at that other thing. In the grass, son. He liked him, son. What do y'all think? You think he measures? I think he's close.
I think Trey is getting countryer as the day goes on.
Looky there. That's a little smallmouth action.
That's the first smallmouth.
I'll take it every day. Every day of the week, baby. Little smallmouth grass action. I like it. Number 4. I don't know if y'all know what that means.
He's right knocking.
Still in this thing.
Oh, yeah. Up to second place, 211 back in the lead with 4 fish.
The comeback game is strong. We still only got 8.
He's feeling it.
Definitely.
Could be.
There's just nothing better than just like setting the hook. Nothing.
It could go from being one of the last anglers to boat a fish to being a possible winner today.
Well, if Tyler Williams were to upgrade.
And leaning on one.
Tyler's been awful quiet for a long time.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can get us one more out of the.
These guys are lighter here where Trey's fishing.
Barely think I snapped it on the ground, so I didn't even feel him hit it, and I was like, I snapped it. It should have went.
"18-year-old from Carbondale, Illinois." That's not far from you.
Not far at all.
Beautiful country. I
like
visited a buddy in school there. It was really neat.
Lots of big deer live in that area right there.
And the other one was like 1 1/4.
That outside grass line is producing right now.
I'm just to hop up and run across.
I hate to say it, but that's really raining on these guys' parade. It really is. These 4 guys have, all 4 in the rain, and they have not had a bite since the rain started on them.
Bounce across the other side.
With this win today, give out another berth to the Bassmaster Classic, and that's Chase Henley with a win. Join Lake Eufaula, Alabama winner Jason Barnes, Wheeler Lake.
Justin.
Adam Rasmussen.
From Wheeler.
Wheeler Lake, Toledo Bend, Ben Milliken, Lake Eufaula, Oklahoma. Joey Nania. Who else we got? Bugs Island, Powell Kemp, and Jody White, St. Lawrence.
Nope, Jody didn't finish the division.
That's right.
Yeah, went back to the.
I got to check him off.
Powell was officially Classic qualified after he crossed the scales yesterday and finished up his tournament at Watts Bar. So he did solidify
I remember
that.
him mentioning that. I thought I just had to enter. I didn't know I had to cross the weigh-in stage.
Yeah, no, you got to at least launch your boat, turn around, and idle back in and take your zero. If that's the minimum, you got to
launch. Yeah. You got to go through the check.
You got to show receipts of your hotel that you spent. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, got to finish the full division. So Justin Barnes will officially be qualified if he shows up to the Harris Chain in Florida. Same thing goes for Adam Rasmussen. That's this Division 1, which is the Eufaula Wheeler Harris Chain event. Meanwhile, Ben Milliken and Joey Nania will be fully Classic qualified when they show up and compete next week at the Ozarks. And then yes, this week somebody will qualify, and Powell Kemp solidified his qualification.
Yeah, I'm a little baffled that they're not eating. I mean, I expect it to get better and better, especially when it's raining. I mean, this is absolute perfect buzzbait conditions, and I really can't explain that. So, you know, we've got about 45 minutes to fish. You know, it just takes. I just know the quality you can catch with this buzzbait, so it's hard for me to put it down in these kind of conditions. But I may mix in that cutter worm a little bit more because, you know, the two best fish, a couple of the best fish I've caught today have been on that cutter worm. So some days you just have to change, and if they don't want something, give them something else.
Lee Livacy's
watching.
watching.
I'm really surprised that I still expect to catch a big one on a buzzbait here.
Lee Livacy's watching and said the same thing. He was surprised Greg picked up something after catching 2 decent ones on the cutter worm. But we have noted how many fish and how many different lures he has used today to get by and manage.
And right there where Greg is, it just keeps going over and over in my head. Pick up a big bladed spinnerbait just for 10 minutes. Just for 10 minutes.
Just for us.
Just something different. That's what my gut's telling me right now. To pick up 3/4 ounce bait with a number 7 willow leaf on it, and if one gets it, you know what that's going to be. Oh, we've got a little swimming action going there.
We got some current, Wolf.
That's kind of unique to see that in the middle of the day.
I just want to see how wide it is, where they're trying to get to an island or trying to maybe
Be there quickly.
The island, yeah.
Be there quickly.
Now, Mark, I wonder if when you drop your bait, they could see a 3/4 ounce football jig hit the surface and start dropping to the brush pile. You think a bass rises up when a deer is swimming across their head and checks out what it is?
I kind of doubt it. Maybe one of those Coosa River spotted bass might, as crazy as they can act.
All of us have to go up at the same time, otherwise we're not having a shot to take that one.
I've always said if those Coosa River spotted bass would get any bigger, jet skis would be in danger, as aggressive as they are.
Current's rolling. It is here. Now we just got to get in front of one and a bite. Come on. Fine, whatever. I don't like you either. This has definitely been a key spot for me. This current comes by. Got a couple little brush piles. It definitely started though. I would think I'd get bit. You see my jig, it just like falls. Comes back to me. Come on. Come on. Unreal. This last bite's gonna make a difference on a lot of places, I feel like. Maybe not. I just got a little while to do it. Oh my. Come on. So aggravating just watching them. Just swim out of the pile and look at your stuff. No. That's usually like hopping it or something like that. Sometimes I'll fall out and eat it. Not today. Ooh, come on. Come on. I see you. Shaking fish off is so key though. I shook one off here in the tournament. I come back the first day and caught like a 3.5 pounder. good ones down there. She followed it. Come on, baby. Be a keeper. No, okay. All right. It's all right. It's all right. Still some down there. Ow! Good bless it, this dude's faster. Thank you, sir. Thanks for playing my game. Let's see. See, like right now, they're in the front of the brush pile. I couldn't see them. I guess because of the current. There's still two more. They're definitely bigger in size. Cool thing, it makes a lot of difference. Dirty water versus clear water and brush. It's like anybody in a dark room, you want to touch something, relate to something. If it's open, you can just run wherever you feel comfortable. I feel like it's the same way with a bass. Oh, come on, dude. There it goes, straight down, straight down, straight down.
Currently right now with it slowing down, we have to think the odds of catching multiple fish for anglers kind of going to the wayside. You might need that one big bite now. Looking at the way the leaderboard stacks up, Trey McKinney's still well in this thing after really being fishless for most of the day and having one or two as of recent. He's got a couple in the boat, still needs to fill a little bit of a gap. 2:11 back from Tyler Williams. Him and JT Tompkins in a deadlock for second. A pound back to Greg Bohannon and a pound and a half back roughly to John Garrett. The top five. Still some moving to be done in the last 40 minutes of fishing here at Watts Bar.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Watts Bar Reservoir is presented by Mercury Marine.
Championship Saturday here at Watts Bar, winding down the final day. I can hear Hank Weldon doing the octave test, getting his voice ready to do a great top 10 weigh-in there in Kingston, Tennessee. We'll see how it winds up, but right now Tyler Williams is your leader. He was day 2 leader, and he is still on top. We will crown a champion today, and next week we will crown a champion on Bassmaster Live at Lake of the Ozarks. Sunday, though, it'll be a Sunday edition, Championship Sunday, day 3 at Lake of the Ozarks. We'll be live for 6 more hours of coverage. We'll have Greg Hackney in studio providing some analysis, along with Such and myself as we take it out to Watts Bar. Final waning moments. Not much movement throughout the thing. We haven't heard from Chase Henley up the river lately either, but as we go out to our farthest northern angler, Ish Monroe.
And not even like regular asshole, big time asshole.
I hope he wasn't talking about me and Such. I mean, we try to be.
Maybe. I'd help him. Oh, we know he is. But yeah.
Back on those sea walls, throwing that big plopper style bait. Looking for a big one.
Lefebvre, Dave Lefebvre. Just tell him his good buddy Dave. He'll know. Yep, that's it.
How about some trivia?
All right.
How many 2023 elites, assuming they came from, most of them came from the Opens, won Opens in 2022?
How many 2023 elites won 2022 Opens? So they won an Open to go to the Classic, and they qualified for the Elite Series.
Pretty much.
I'm going to go with
2, 4, 6, or 8. A, B, C, or D. Mark? You're the guest. He gets to go first.
I can't even remember last season.
Yeah.
I know Kenta won one that got him in.
James River. Oops.
Combs won Rayburn.
Combs won Rayburn. So there's 2. So that's about the first and the last.
Lester won the first one.
Wow.
Wow, you're starting to recall.
How about that?
I have a tough time recalling stuff like this.
I'm just
I have to look on paper.
I'll go 4 then, because if I can name 3, there's got to be one.
There's got to be a 4th, and the odds are that we won't go any higher than that. So I'll go with you, Ronnie. I agree with you. That's a good tag team.
6.
How about that?
6.
Wow.
You had Lester, Coop Gallant, Cherokee, Lee Livesey, Ross Burnett, Keith Poche, Red River, Keith Combs. You had Rayburn and Kent on the James River. And that's pretty impressive.
It is. I forgot our whole schedule last year.
That's why I write it down.
That's why 400 hours of live will do for you. It's kind of fried.
Too much in life to remember everything.
You're tricky, Such. That's a good one. That.
I saw you erase my birthday the other day.
Oh.
So you would forget it.
Uh-huh. Who from this group is going to go on?
Wow.
The Opens guys who make the elites. Get that progression, who can come up and who's going to be winning in a league.
I think if John doesn't have a tremendous blow up in the last 2 events or something, he will be on pace and continue to make the Elite Series, John Garrett. And I think John has been a guy since I've seen him fish in college that I was well convinced, like a Patrick Walters and a Drew Cook.
Looks like a professional, fishes,
he has
acts,
always
everything.
Carried, prepared.
Yes.
Done it the right way.
Just narrowly
very smart
missed.
guy. He's a very smart guy. He's just
old soul and a young body.
Absolutely. Always has been, even since he was 8 years old.
Really?
Yes. Talked like an old man when he was a little bitty. And
what kind of like my grandpa or like, you know, like,
just
not a sailor.
No, just as a matter of fact on the way he would make a statement about how he caught a bass or that'll catch a bass or whatever. Going to be a lot of fun next season. I'm looking forward to it.
Like to see some moves. After 3 or 4 events, Ben Milliken was well inside the top 10. He was up there close to the top, fallen to 19th now. Still within range with 2 events left to see what he could do with big baits in these last 2 events possibly. You've got guys like Andrew Upshaw, Sam George, who have been at it for a while and have shown really good flash. Matt Henry is now outside looking in. Fantastic Georgia angler. Like I said in the podcast with Kyle Jesse, I would take 1st to 10th for a rookie class, and I'd take 11th to 20th. I'd take 21st to 30th. Any group of 10 anglers all the way down to 50th, that could be a fantastic rookie class, but there's going to be only 9 that advance.
Yeah, you mentioned some guys who are in position now, got into position. Upshaw was up 6 spots to 16th. Sam George was in the teens. He's up a couple spots to 15th.
Keep an eye on Casey Scanlon. Had a good week this week, moved up some more in the top 26.
To 26, yeah.
Going to his home lake, Ozarks.
Get a top 10 up
got
there.
Experience at Harris Chain. That's
You're
just
close, yeah. Make a late season rally to get in the elites.
If Casey Scanlon makes a top 10 on his home lake next week, anything can happen at the Harris Chain. Somebody can catch an 8-pounder and go from just surviving to thriving. And you want to at least have a shot going in the last one. I think he could be one that's down the list a little bit that has a shot.
I'm going with Bobby Lane. I'm going with Bobby. Loves a jig. Lake the Ozarks is a jig lake, and he will finish with a flourish at the final tournament at Harris Chain.
He has cut his deficit from about 65, from 21st to 10th. He's 65 points back from the last spot, and he's only 30 points back now.
Very doable.
Well, you probably can't say enough about the top 3, JT Tompkins, John Garrett, and Trey McKinney. Kind of running away with the EQ. Hey, those guys are going to be fighting for the $10,000 St. Croix's given to the champion, overall Opens champion.
Fight it out to the very end, and they put a little separation this week in the points numbers. So they're looking a little safer than the rest of them are. But I don't look for any of those 3 guys to back off the pedal at all.
With 200 points for first place. There's roughly 400 points available the last 2 events. Right now, JT is at the point where he only needs, 150 or something to get to that projected number. That is just
a couple 125th place finishes.
Yeah, exactly.
We haven't seen him do that this year.
No.
We're close.
All 3 of the top 3 anglers are pretty much in that position.
Look, they're standing 2, 3, and 5th right now this week.
These kinds of events at the end of the season, we had Sam Rayburn last year with Keith Combs winning that one to end the open season. But Logan Latuso in that event had 5 pounds on day 1 and was 100th place, catches 31 and moves to 1st, gains 100 points in a single day, and then ends up finishing 2nd in the event. Was in the elite cut, out of the elite cut, and then got back in. And so absolutely
yo-yo.
The fall provides that kind of chaos that we desire for the end of the races.
I remember talking to him, said it was the craziest day ever. I think he had a
two
9-pounders, yeah, to be 3rd biggest opens weight.
On a big plug, 6XD.
Yeah, 31 pounds, 4 ounces at Sam River. Ronnie, we had a couple records this year set. Ben Milliken is 3rd all-time in opens weights. Gerald Swindle's top at Toho 2011, 80 pounds, 13 ounces. Corey Johnson, 78 pounds even at St. Lawrence. Milliken at Toledo Bend, 77.14. And then Jody White's St. Lawrence win, 71.15, ranks 5th in the opens. That's 2 going in our record books this season so far.
Very impressive. And if we remember 2020, Cole Sands, current Elite Series Pro, won the 2020 College Championship in October at the Harris Chain, had 80-something pounds for 3 days, won. Just imagine catching 20 pounds a day, Mark, and getting 2nd place by over 20 pounds. 20 pounds back from the win, and you average 20 pounds a day. That's how big their days were at the Harris Chain.
I remember that very, very vividly, especially at Santee this year.
Caught a worm a little bit.
That is right.
Fish today.
For about an hour.
Maybe 30 minutes to fish.
Had a quick start.
You were the man of the day.
This has been the best
short-lived
all week.
You got some great Bassmaster Live coverage there during that event, but also we are going back for fans who wonder, when we have our January and February Fox Sports 1 shows, we have about 14 shows that air the weeks leading up to the first event. We've been doing it featuring the winners of the past season, but we've gone back. We've got a couple editors, myself included, that are kind of planning them out, and we're kind of giving you a old school 1-hour Bassmaster show like we used to have, detailing the week. So you get some love in the Santee Cooper show and be able to classify it all out and show you how we got to the winner's spot.
Throw the cutter worm for about 15
Those
minutes.
shows will be full of knowledge on the how-to. That'd be great for the fishing folks to watch that. Greg has not let up in any way.
4 feet, and it's 2 just about 50 yards up there, 40 yards.
Still
up there.
positive,
Got a
still
little slant
chunking.
to it. Got hydrilla growing on it, scattered on this flat. Really good spot.
Just gone dead after JT Tompkins caught his about 1 o'clock. Trey McKinney's the only angler to post fish catches that weighed or measured.
It just goes to show you what you think history will show you as far as weather and conditions, and what you anticipate may or may not happen. And today has been a perfect example of that. We thought it would really fire up this afternoon with a little water moving, this lower light, and it just has not produced that way. Going to get this down to it's going to be through the final cast, Ronnie. That's the way this tournament's going to come down.
I didn't mind a wet boat when I fished, Mark. I just didn't want it to be wet when I took off for the day. If it gets wet throughout the day, that's fine. I just hated starting the day with a wet boat for some reason. So these guys will have a wet boat when they wake up at the Ozarks in the morning.
Absolutely, they will. I'm not wet, truly wet, until my feet are wet, Ronnie. My feet get wet, then it really starts bothering me.
You can feel it then.
Yeah.
JT Tompkins with a tree pounder there in the bottom corner of your screen. Couple key casts, you better stay focused. If you want an opportunity to maybe cut into that lead, gain some points, gain some extra money, maybe gain a classic berth and a title. Trey McKinney an hour ago was at the opposite end of the leaderboard. Now, just 2 pounds out of the win. Possibility of that still remains with 4 fish for his tally. JT Tompkins right behind, but they're all chasing Tyler Williams. We'll be back. Bassmaster Live.
Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Watts Bar Reservoir is presented by Mercury Marine and by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
Last couple minutes of Bassmaster Live here. We'll drop you off right at the doorstep of the weigh-in. You can go and get a snack or a beverage to watch the final 10 weigh in to see who will make the Bassmaster Classic. Still, right now, Tyler Williams has a good margin on him or on the rest of the field. Trey McKinney, 2 pounds back, still with 4 fish. JT Tompkins has 2 1.5-pounders. Goes catch a 3-pounder and a 2.5, and he could be right there, but that's a tall task with limited time left. Greg Bohannon, John Garrett, he's normally a little low on his weight, but he probably doesn't have much more than 10 and change if he did. Keep an eye on that. But as we go through the day, it has been a solid final day with some action throughout the day, Mark Menendez, especially with Greg Bohannon.
He mixed it up very well today. Threw in top water baits in there, multiple different kinds, and then picked up the old cutter worm and got 2 good fish in short order. He's got a nice solid limit. He's around a bunch of good fish. He just needs one more good one to really move up high in the standings.
Bohannon's caught about 7 bass today on 6 different baits. Cutter worm, put a couple in there, and then top water in various forms. Meanwhile, JT Tompkins has been sticking with the jig all day long. Loving that bite. And then once he got this big one, not this one, but the next bite, once he got that big one in the boat, Mark Menendez, he decided, I might start throwing a glide bait to try to get that one knockout punch. He smelled blood, and he's really kept the fire on.
He really has pushed hard to get another big bite. That one moved him way up. That gave him the confidence to know it's a top finish. And that glide bait has such a magnetism to these big fish. He's not out of it.
Trey McKinney, we thought he was out of it. All the way down in 8th or 9th place all day long. After starting the day in 2nd, had no fish with Ish Monroe for the longest time. They both have now put fish in the boat. And Trey, during this rainstorm, when we thought the bite would turn on, and it really died for a lot of anglers, this was where Trey made up some ground. He caught a smallmouth that didn't keep, caught a smallmouth that did keep, and has also put another largemouth in the boat. He's got 4, one more bite, a 2-pounder, and he's right there with Tyler Williams.
Been steady with that jig in his hand all day. Hasn't wavered from his pattern. Fishing that outside grass line and looking for one more bite.
Trey McKinney, 18-year-old, seemingly a prodigy from Illinois, has won a few points races in that state for tournament series. Trying to win the points race this year. Meanwhile, Tyler Williams from Maine travels all over this country, given the full schedule of 9 opens a shot. He fished the Northerns a few years ago, then fished all of them last year, and he did it once again this season. And we could see a Maine angler at Grand Lake for the Bassmaster Classic. I think we could convince him next March to maybe make that drive.
Well, I'm sure he is. He is the main man right now, and he is leading the standings, catching those fish on that jig a little bit deeper than the rest of the field, doing an excellent job. Haven't heard from him lately, but I'm waiting to see another bite from him.
Tyler Williams been utilizing a 3/4 ounce football jig. This was your points race coming into the event. If you're looking at Bass Track, you can easily click the AOY tab that is above the live well weights, and you can see it as it changes throughout the day. But JT Tompkins, John Garrett, Trey McKinney, they are still 1, 2, 3 when it comes to qualification. Kenta Kamara still trying to keep his hat in there to win an extra 10 grand by winning Open's Angler of the Year this year for the EQ points race. He is not factoring in the qualification. Meanwhile, Robert G staying in our top 10 for qualification. So is Keith Tuma. Meanwhile, we have Wesley Gore, Jacob Bigelow, and Kyle Austin kind of jumping in and swapping with 3 others from 8th, 9th, and 10th for the last spots. Some big movers. Logan Parks moving up to 11th, Bobby Lane up to 12th, Kyle Patrick 13th, and then rounding out the top 15, Matt Henry and Sam George. As we go out live to Ish Monroe, still just 2 fish, and those happened back to back seemingly.
Got it. Stay pegged. Think he's gonna be short, but at least he got it. Do this the smart way.
Set of treble hooks in the hands would just really top off the day right now for
in the
Ish.
rain.
In the rain, needing another big bite. Good move, Ish. Be smart. Control that fish.
I think he's gonna be a little short.
It's 25 minutes to check, and there's probably some people down lake who are already heading back.
Tough.
Maybe.
One more cast and we're heading back to that fish that missed it earlier. Then it'll be time.
As Ish makes a move, so will we. He's going to go back and maybe see if he could convince one of those sneaky bass to bite one more time. While we head out to JT Tompkins. JT, winner of the Chesapeake Bay last year, had a huge comeback. Didn't need nearly the comeback today. He's still in that same starting spot, 3rd place. But man, this one kind of put a little thump in your heart earlier today. Our St. Croix rods replay of the day goes to JT Tompkins, and the biggest fish we've seen on camera today, one that was a game changer. And hey, if he gets 1 or 2 of the smallmouth to bite that glide bait like he was talking about, it could be a different ball game with one of those paired with this 4-pounder.
Quality has been the story here. When you got a quality bite, you absolutely had to land it, and he was lucky enough to do that today.
Only 4-pounder of the day, Phoenix Post Big Bass.
We saw Chase Henley also land a very, very crucial one. Close quarters fishing this morning, and a little bit of a underpass ditch scenario there.
A little pinch point.
Able to land a good one. So we've seen some decent ones come from Watts Bar today.
Not gonna help.
We're the 4-0, 2 3/4, 2 1.5 pounders. He's got our big bag of the day at 12 pounds even. Only 6 limits.
You know, you set a stat earlier that 61 limits the first day and 53
yeah.
the second day.
Average fish about 2 and change, 2 pounds 3 ounces or so.
Right. It's just amazing how tough the Tennessee River can be when it's so plentiful in the spring. Where do all these fish go? It's like that from stem to stern on the Tennessee River. These fall tournaments really make an angler have to be crafty.
Such relatively, so we got 60% of our field today with
Wow.
a landman, and compared to the other days, that's an uptick in percentage. Jason Lambert.
I always argue that the guys who advance are the ones who were catching them in the first place, though. So.
Oh yeah, that's true. Heaviest weight does get you higher.
Yeah,
up.
it does.
I do love seeing a bladed jig bite, though. Have not minded that one bit.
You better check that one, Jason. You've got he had a couple of spotted bass in the tank earlier this morning. Spotties tend to weigh a little bit better, but ounces are going to make a big difference here.
I think he's going to help a little bit, not much, but a couple ounces or something. Almost 16 inches. So a 111 is my small, number 4. More 11. No help. But it's good to know that there is a bass.
That's the first fish we've seen Lambert catch in a very, very long time.
Jason's getting a little bit wetter than all the other anglers because he's a little closer to the clouds. He's quite a tall individual, you know. It takes a little longer to get down to the rest of everybody else.
Could have a late last second catch. Rally for the win.
Just broke his line. Hadn't checked his line in a while and broke off.
Well, I have learned when it's not meant to be, it is not meant to be. That was awesome.
So you follow Oklahoma. McKinney got second by 1.25 pounds. Toledo Bend, it was a little bit more than that, about 10 pounds. If he finishes second today by 2 pounds and change with only 4 fish, this one might sting worse than the others.
Getting excited because I literally pitched up there and I watched the blob just slowly swim off and I'm like, he's got my jig. Oh. I hope Tyler wins this thing. He does deserve it. Now that's some crap though.
Well, Mark, you talked about we're just getting word from the water. You talked about we hadn't seen Tyler Williams in a little while. The problem that reared its head of his batteries not getting fully charged or dying on him early is rearing its head again. Tyler has kind of been out of commission for about 45 minutes.
Wow, tough time to have your batteries go down. I know he's fishing as hard as he can. He's moving around with the big motor, sitting down on spots, fishing as efficiently as he can. One more bite would make a huge difference. Make a huge difference, even if he only upgraded 4 to 6 ounces. That's that much further these other guys have to stroll out there and jump higher.
And with the pressure on, being in the top 20 in the points race, having a shot to make the Elite Series, and starting practice tomorrow, he's gonna have to at some point miss a day of practice to get his boat in order, because you don't want to miss a day of the tournament because you failed to do that. So it may be a good, just let me put these things on charge all day long, get us to 100 and see what the issue is, if it's a battery or if it's what the deal is.
Now we got word that Tyler Williams did catch a fish during this time, quite a 2.5 pounder. He's 11.5 on the day.
Okay. That is
1 pound upgrade.
Monstrous at this point in the day. Good for him for fighting through the adversity.
And I bet he laughed when he caught it. How'd you feel
guarantee
today, Mark? We're almost done here. Last minutes.
Been a great day.
Yeah,
It's been
great. Great to have you.
Now, I don't know. You did
Well-
this like before the Elite Series, and you might do it after the Elite. I'm not sure.
Well, I would be interested in talking to somebody about that one of these days, maybe. But I've got another year of fishing in front of me. Got a young lady.
We're not trying to rush you,
Got a young lady in college that just started college, and I've got another one that's headed that direction. So, Dad's got to catch a few more fish before we get out of the front of his Skeeter boat. So. Always a joy to come and work with you guys here. Thank you for having me.
Hey, just
great
so
having you here.
Will you let us know if the higher ups call you so that we can make sure we're all good with our jobs?
Hey, wait a second.
I'm okay with you being on live. I just don't know if I.
There's no way we're going to get rid of Such. Ronnie,
What?
you on the other hand,
Oh, wow.
Such is hanging around.
Thanks, Mark.
Golly, look at that leaderboard. Perfect segue. We're about to end this day. If your truck's keyed out back, I didn't do it, I promise you. Tyler Williams with now a bigger lead over Trey McKinney and JT Tompkins, who are in a virtual tie. Trey with a break off hurts his chances even more, but still one more to a limit. It's been a great day here on Bassmaster Live. We're going to drop you off at the doorstep. Be sure to check out Bassmaster.com in just a few minutes. Click over on the leaderboard and the weigh-in tab, and we will see you next week at Lake of the Ozarks for Championship Sunday, the top 10 in Missouri.